Chapter 1386. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. Manager. At this time, the staff member who told Duan Lingtian that there were no seats bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, his heart full of unease and resentment. He was uneasy about Duan Lingtian's identity. He was angry that Duan Lingtian didn't reveal his identity. Are you blind? This is the pavilion master's guest. The middle-aged man glared at the staff member, who quickly smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. Guest, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the pavilion master's guest. Guest, don't mind him. Come with me, the pavilion master is waiting for you. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, his face full of smiles. Pavilion master? The pavilion master of Qizhen Pavilion? Duan Lingtian's heart was full of doubts. The pavilion master of Qizhen Pavilion knew him? With doubts, Duan Lingtian followed the middle-aged man to the top floor of Qizhen Pavilion. The top floor of Qizhen Pavilion was half open, bathed in the morning light. Guest, the pavilion master is waiting for you outside. The middle-aged man looked at the open balcony outside and said to Duan Lingtian, then turned and went downstairs. Duan Lingtian stepped out and walked into the open balcony. After entering, he saw a person with his back facing him, standing by the railing of the balcony, bathing in the morning light and looking out at the street. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that he felt that the back in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had met him before. However, he couldn't recall who it was at that moment. You are? Duan Lingtian stopped and asked as he approached the back of the figure. Duan Ling, have you forgotten your savior so quickly? With a burst of hearty laughter, the owner of the figure turned around. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, with a silk headband on his head and a feathered fan in his hand. Senior Lin. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. You're the owner of Qizhen Pavilion? The middle-aged scholar standing before Duan Lingtian was none other than Lin Qingrong, who had saved his life near Fuyu Island. He was also one of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The 9th Guard, the Heavenly Hero Guard. Duan Lingtian knew that the Qizhen Pavilion was the property of the mayor's palace, but he didn't expect that the owner of the Qizhen Pavilion would be this old acquaintance. Don't be surprised. I just took office last month. Lin Qingrong smiled. He had indeed just taken office last month. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to become the pavilion master of the Qizhen Pavilion was mostly because of Duan Lingtian. More accurately, it was because he had found a genius like Duan Lingtian for the governor's mansion. He had become the pavilion master of the Rare Treasure Pavilion because the leader of the 36 personal guards, the Sky Leader Guardian, had personally appointed him. If that's the case, the reason why the Qizhen Pavilion is auctioning 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactics today is because of you, Senior Lin. The new broom sweeps clean? Duan Lingtian asked. You can say that. I knew you'd be interested in today's auction when I saw you here. Are you here for the Saint-grade martial tactic? Lin Qingrong asked. I'm just here to join in the fun. Duan Lingtian smiled. I can't afford the Saint-grade martial tactic. I heard, when you defeated Li Han and Zhang Jilong, the Saint-grade martial tactic you used was very impressive. Lin Qingrong smiled as he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Senior Lin, do you have the Saint token of the Saint-grade martial tactic that will be auctioned today? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his opinion, the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic was extremely important. Logically speaking, it should be in the hands of Lin Qingrong, the pavilion master of the Rare Treasure Pavilion. If it was in Lin Qingrong's hands, perhaps he would have a chance to borrow it. That's right. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, Lin Qingrong nodded. With a raise of his hand, 3 Saint tokens appeared in his hand. But, do you want to take a look? I want to take a look. Duan Lingtian smiled. Actually, when Lord City Governor comes out from his closed-door cultivation 10 days later, you'll be able to obtain a lot of merit points if you achieve a certain result in the test he set up. Lin Qingrong said, with the merit points, you'll be able to borrow the Saint-grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate. The Saint grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate is much better than the one I have. As Lin Qingrong spoke, he handed the 3 saint tokens to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took the saint tokens and infused his spiritual energy into them one by one. At once, 3 waves of vast information surged into his mind as though they had taken root and sprouted in his mind. The 3 saint tokens in your hand contain the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic. Among these 3 sets of saint grade martial tactic, only 2 of them have a common defensive technique called copper shirt. It's not bad, so you can take a look at it, Lin Qingrong said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to sort out the 3 waves of vast information in his mind. In the end, he discovered that among the 2 waves of information that originated from 2 different saint tokens, there were 2 small waves of information that were exactly the same. These 2 small waves of information recorded the same defensive technique. It was the copper shirt that Lin Qingrong had mentioned earlier. Copper shirt was a defensive technique that merged true energy into one's flesh and blood. It even covered one's skin with true energy. When cultivated to the peak, the true energy that entered one's body would be like an iron wall. This defensive technique is very suitable for my body. Duan Lingtian was excited. His body was already extremely strong. It was even stronger than the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon of the same level. If he could cultivate this copper shirt, his body would become even stronger after the true energy entered his body. Senior Lin, these 2 sets of saint grade martial tactic are completely different. How can they have the exact same technique? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, he returned the 3 saint tokens to Lin Qingrong. To him, the 3 saint tokens were no longer of any value. This was because he had already engraved the contents of the 3 saint tokens in his mind. He would not be able to forget it even if he wanted to. Moreover, I discovered that this technique is also in the saint grade martial tactic that I'm currently cultivating. Duan Lingtian added. He was already preparing to cultivate the copper shirt. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he began to pave the way for himself so that Lin Qingrong would know that the copper shirt was also in the saint grade martial tactic that he was cultivating. The copper shirt is also in the saint grade martial tactic that you're cultivating? Lin Qingrong was a little surprised. At the same time, he shook his head and smiled. To think that I even recommended it to you. However, it's not rare for the same technique to appear in multiple saint grade martial tactics. Of course, this only exists in the human rank saint grade martial tactic. Among them, the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic is the most common. Lin Qingrong said, take the copper shirt for example. It's the most popular defensive technique in the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic. If 100 people who cultivate different human rank primitive saint grade martial tactics were to gather together, at least 10 of them would have cultivated the copper shirt. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, you're really lucky. Lin Qingrong smiled. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled, and he had a bewildered expression. Senior Lin, what do you mean by having good luck? In the city governor's mansion, there's a human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic. In it, there's an upgraded version of the defensive technique, the copper shirt, called the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong said. Silver shirt? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong nodded. Although both the silver shirt and the copper shirt are divided into 5 stages, the effects are completely different. The effects of the silver shirt at the mastery stage are comparable to the copper shirt at the impeccable stage. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. After all, they belonged to different categories. One belonged to the human rank mediocre saint grade martial tactic while the other belonged to the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic. However, if you cultivate the copper shirt to the impeccable stage and then cultivate the silver shirt, you'll be able to achieve the silver shirt at the mastery stage. Lin Qingrong said again. The techniques in the saint grade martial tactic were divided into 5 stages, getting a glimpse of the door, achieving some success, reaching a higher level, familiarizing oneself with the task, and reaching the point of perfection. Cultivating the copper shirt to the impeccable stage was already the limit. There was no way to improve it anymore. However, the silver shirt was different. The copper shirt at the impeccable stage was equivalent to the silver shirt at the mastery stage. After the transformation, the upper limit would increase and it could be raised by 2 stages. The effects were completely different. Do you understand what I mean now? Lin Qingrong asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lin Qingrong's words were very clear. He was hinting that he could focus on cultivating the copper shirt. No matter how much effort he had to put in, it would not go to waste. This was because when the copper shirt was cultivated to the peak, it could be transformed into the silver shirt. Moreover, with the copper shirt as the foundation, he would not have to start cultivating the silver shirt from the beginning. He could start cultivating halfway. But I should go prepare for the auction. Lin Qingrong lifted his head to look at the sky and said to Duan Lingtian, I'll arrange a private room for you for today's auction. At that time, other than these 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactic, you can bid for any auction item. I'll pay for it. Only 1 item? Duan Lingtian chuckled. Senior Lin, don't you think you're being a little stingy? 2 items then. I can't bid anymore. Lin Qingrong said snappily. Before the auction began, under Lin Qingrong's arrangement, Duan Lingtian sat in a private room on the 2nd floor. From the window of the private room, he could see the entire auction stage. I hope there's something that interests me. It'd be even better if there are 2 items. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Before the auction began, Duan Lingtian began to organize the information about the defensive technique, the copper shirt. At the same time, he circulated his true energy according to the route of the copper shirt. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had wondered if it was worth it to waste time on a human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic like the copper shirt. Chapter 1387. After successfully cultivating copper shirt, one's skin would emit a faint bronze luster as soon as he cast it. It was as though he was wearing a copper shirt. How can it be so easy to cultivate this copper shirt? Duan Lingtian realized. The speed at which his true energy spread through his body through the 32 Saint veins was extremely fast. Moreover, he discovered that his true energy had only circulated around his body once, and the copper shirt had already been successfully cultivated to the fundamental awareness stage. Isn't this too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. What's going on? Puzzled, Duan Lingtian could only search for the reason himself and continue to cultivate the defensive technique, copper shirt. However, the copper shirt did not break through again when he circulated his true energy for the 2nd time. However, the improvement was obvious. After a few times, Duan Lingtian finally discovered the problem. I see. This copper shirt seems to be tailor-made for me. It turned out that the higher a martial cultivator's physique and the more Saint veins a martial cultivator had, the faster the cultivation speed would be. However, Duan Lingtian's physique was even stronger than the 5-clawed divine dragon's true body. Needless to say, Saint veins were even stronger. A martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage had opened 32 Saint veins. Some paramount mortal shedding stage cultivators with poor talent might not even have opened 32 Saint veins in their bodies. With a physique that was stronger than the 5-clawed divine dragon's true body and 32 Saint veins, it was destined that Duan Lingtian's speed of cultivating copper shirt would be exaggerated. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian said the copper shirt seemed to be tailor-made for him. Based on this cultivation speed, I'm afraid it won't take long for me to cultivate copper shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable refinement stage. Duan Lingtian was a little excited. Unknowingly, the auction had already begun. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard the voice from outside. He stopped cultivating the defensive technique, copper shirt. Looking at the auction stage through the window, Duan Lingtian could see a middle-aged man standing there. This middle-aged man was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. He was the one who brought him to see the Precious Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master, Lin Qingrong. He seemed to be the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Currently, the middle-aged man was warming up the atmosphere of the auction house. As he spoke, he gradually stirred up the atmosphere. Soon, the auction began. The first item to be auctioned was a human rank medium-grade saint artifact, a 3-foot-long blue sword. A human-ranked medial-grade saint artifact? Is there nothing else in your treasure pavilion? A human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon, and a sword at that. There are at least 10 shops in Mound Hill City where you can buy it. We came to your precious treasure pavilion to bid for treasures, not to bid for things that can be bought on the streets. Do you really think we're fools? The appearance of the first auction item aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. They thought the first auction item was a human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon that could be bought on the streets. It made them speechless when such an item appeared in the precious treasure pavilion. Is there something special about this human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. He had a feeling that since Lin Qingrong had just been appointed as the pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion, he would not bring out something that could be bought on the streets to ruin his reputation. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. This human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon was indeed not simple. On the auction stage, the manager of the precious treasure pavilion who was hosting the auction had a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. It was as though he did not care about what the crowd said. He only cleared his throat after most of the voices had died down and said slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the precious treasure pavilion won't ruin our reputation. Although the first auction item is a human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon, there's something special about it." Something special. The moment the precious treasure pavilion's manager finished speaking, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. There's a saint inscription inscribed by a saint inscription master on this human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon. The precious treasure pavilion's manager explained in the face of the curious gazes. Saint inscription master. Saint inscription. The crowd was in an uproar immediately. I was just wondering why the precious treasure pavilion would bring out an ordinary human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon for auction. As it turns out, it's a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription. The precious treasure pavilion is really sincere. The first auction item is actually a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription. Many of the people who were mocking the precious treasure pavilion earlier began to praise the precious treasure pavilion. A saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription? In the room, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He was curious about the saint inscription masters in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because he was an inscription master when he was on Cloud Continent. Inscriptions and saint inscriptions seemed to have the same effect. However, he did not know if there was a connection between the two. If there is, I might be able to become a saint inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I wonder, what kind of saint inscription is inscribed on this human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon? Duan Lingtian studied the sword in the precious treasure pavilion's manager's hand curiously. At the same time, many people began to ask about the saint inscription on the sword. It would be easier for them to bid after they knew what kind of saint inscription was on the sword. Everyone, the human-rank mediocre-grade saint sword in my hand is inscribed with the glorious sun saint inscription. If you inject your true energy into it, the sword will turn into a blazing sun for a short period of time to confuse your opponent. The precious treasure pavilion's manager added, "Of course, the glorious sun saint inscription only targets the target. It won't affect the person who activated it or the people around them." The entire auction area was in an uproar immediately. If the glorious sun saint inscription was used at a critical moment, it could temporarily blind the opponent. At that moment, the opponent would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There are similar inscriptions as well. However, once it's activated, it'll target everyone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It seemed like compared to inscriptions, saint inscriptions were much more advanced and humane. It seems like everyone is interested in the saint sword in my hand. If that's the case, let's begin the bidding. The precious treasure pavilion's manager said slowly, "As everyone knows, a common rank mediocre grade saint weapon is worth about 1,000 8th grade saint stones. In order to repay everyone's support for the precious treasure pavilion, the starting price of this human rank mediocre grade saint sword with the glorious sun saint inscription is also 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Every increase in price must be at least 1,000 8th grade saint stones." The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's voice that was filled with true energy reverberated in the entire auction area and into every room. Repay support? The starting price is 1,000 8th grade Saint Stones? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He felt that the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager was spouting nonsense. Even if the starting price was a 9th grade Saint Stone, the price would still be raised in the end. 1,000 8th grade Saint Stones. As soon as the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, someone made a bid. 2,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Another person made a bid. 10,000 8th grade Saint Stones. After 2 bids were made, a loud voice resonated from one of the private rooms. It directly bid 10,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Should I bid for it and have some fun? Duan Lingtian was eager to give it a try when he recalled Lin Qingrong's promise. However, he dismissed the idea in the end. Forget it, I don't need a sword now. Moreover, there might be something I want later on. Lin Qingrong had only promised to give him 2 auction items. Naturally, those were the 3 sets of human rank primitive Saint grade martial tactics. There was no doubt that the 3 sets of Saint grade martial tactics would be sold for a sky-high price. 30,000 8th grade Saint Stones. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the human rank mediocre grade Saint sword with the glorious Sun Saint inscription had already been sold for 30,000 8th grade Saint Stones. And this price became the final price. A human rank mediocre grade Saint weapon with a Saint inscription. Compared to a human rank mediocre grade Saint weapon without a Saint inscription, it's 29,000 Saint Stones more expensive? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Was the Saint inscription master not too profitable? A Saint inscription was worth 29,000 Saint Stones? Duan Lingtian had no idea. The main reason the sword could be sold for such a high price was because it was rare. There were almost no Saint inscription masters in the area around Mound Hill City. If it was in other big places with many Saint inscription masters, it would not be able to sell for such a price. This was the principle of the rarer something is, the greater its value. However, compared to Saint inscription masters who focused on weapon refinement and medicine refinement, Saint inscription masters and Dao talisman masters were indeed more profitable. This was because the threshold to become a Saint inscription master was low, and there were many of them. Subsequently, the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager took out the second auction item. The second auction item was a Dao talisman that could instantly kill anyone below the mortal shedding stage. Naturally, this was a single-target offensive Dao talisman that could only kill one person. However, it was also useful against mortal shedding stage martial artists. It could severely injure martial and Dao cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage and lightly injure martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It was useless against martial and Dao cultivators above the mastery mortal shedding stage. If it was the Duan Lingtian who was still on Cloud Continent, perhaps he would be interested in this Dao talisman. However, the current Duan Lingtian was not interested in it at all. He could instantly kill anyone below the mortal shedding stage. Not only that, but he could also instantly kill those at the early and intermediate mortal shedding stage. As for the mastery mortal shedding stage, as long as it was not someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, he was confident he could kill them in 3 moves. If I can cultivate the copper shirt to the impeccable level, I can easily kill someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, this Dao talisman that he did not take seriously was sold for more than 20,000 8th grade Saint Stones in the end. What a wastrel! Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. Subsequently, the auction items were brought up one by one. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in any of them. When the 17th auction item was brought up, Hua Lao's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 1388. Hua Lao's voice resonated, and Duan Lingtian was shocked. Something good? That was the first thought that popped up in Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked out of the window. His gaze landed on the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's hand on the auction stage. The manager was holding a round bead in his hand. This was a black pearl with complicated patterns on it. Duan Ling Tian glanced at it and instantly felt his eyes hurt. At the same time, he felt dizzy and his vision blurred. There seemed to be some kind of magic in the black bead. When Duan Ling Tian looked at it, it seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. It was as though it was going to devour Duan Ling Tian's soul. If possible, Duan Ling Tian really did not want to experience this feeling again. Therefore, he looked away and stopped looking at it. What bead is this? Oh my God! I only took a look at it, and it's as though my soul is going to be sucked in. This bead isn't simple. At the same time, there were whispers in the auction hall. Most of the people had a hint of dread in their words. It was obvious that they had the same experience as Duan Ling Tian. Everyone, this black bead was obtained by the new pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Master Lin Qingrong. I'm sure everyone has noticed that if you intentionally look at it, you'll feel extremely uncomfortable. On the auction stage, the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager spoke. What's the use of this bead? Someone asked. Our pavilion master obtained this bead 10 years ago. Until now, other than knowing that it can make people feel uncomfortable when they look at it, we haven't discovered anything special about it. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager continued. However, our pavilion master once asked the great city governor of Mound Hill City to look at this bead. Even the city governor couldn't damage this bead at all. As soon as the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, there was an uproar in the crowd. The people present were either from Mound Hill City or from the area around Mound Hill City. Perhaps they had never seen the city governor of Mound Hill City before, but they knew that the city governor of Mound Hill City was the strongest powerhouse in the area around Mound Hill City. Even the city lord couldn't do anything to it? Looks like it's really hard. Many people exclaimed in shock. However, other than being hard, it seems to only be able to make the person who looks at it feel uncomfortable. This thing is not practical. Someone else said. It's not just impractical. Whoever buys this thing will definitely take a few glances at it. Just now when I took a look at it, that feeling was too unbearable. Yes, I don't even dare to look at it now. If I were to buy it back, wouldn't I be suffering? Many people said with fear on their faces. In the private room, Duan Ling Tian retracted his gaze and couldn't help but ask Hua Lao. Hua Lao, you asked me to bid for it. What's so special about it? That's the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. If you can refine it, your eye will inherit the one-eyed devil vulture's ability. It will be of great help to you now. Hua Lao said. One-eyed devil vulture? What's that? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. It's a powerful demon beast, and it's extremely rare. Even Yen Huang's star doesn't have it. I didn't expect that there would be a one-eyed devil vulture's eye on this planet. Hua Lao said. What's so special about its eye? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Of course, the one-eyed devil vulture is powerful precisely because of its unique eye. Its eye has extremely terrifying ability. As for what kind of ability it has, you'll naturally know when you refine it in the future. Hua Lao said again, the most important thing now is to buy it first. Hua Lao, are you sure I can refine it? I heard the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion say, even a Saint Realm Master can't damage it at all? Duan Lingtun could not help but ask when he recalled the words of the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. The current you naturally can't refine it. However, with the help of my Sun Divine Fire, it'll be easy for you to refine it. Hua Lao said. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and no longer hesitated as he looked out of the window. At this time, several people had already made their bids. 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones. As soon as this bid was made, the others immediately fell silent. Obviously, most people were not interested in the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Of course, they did not know it was the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. They only thought it was a strange bead. The guest in box number 4 has made a bid of 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If not, I'll start the countdown. On the auction stage, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion said unhurriedly. 3. Soon, he began to count down. 2. He counted down again. Just as he was about to say, 1, Duan Ling Tian spoke. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion smiled and closed his mouth. He said excitedly, "The guest in box number 1 has made a bid of 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the bid?" The manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion asked 3 more times, but no one else made a bid. "Good lad. Someone else has made a bid of 3,000, and he actually raised it to 5,000. He really doesn't feel bad about not spending his own Saint Stones." In box number 2, Lin Qingrong could not help but chide him. However, he was just joking. The strange bead that was being auctioned now belonged to him. No matter how many Saint Stones it was auctioned, those Saint Stones would end up in his pocket in the end. Therefore, no matter how high Duan Lingtian's bid was, it did not affect him at all. 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones for a strange bead is already a sky price. Whoever wants it can have it. A soft snort came from box number 4. The person in box number 4 was the person who had made a bid of 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones before Duan Lingtian had made a bid. The words of the owner of booth number 4 made the group of people in the auction house deeply agree with him. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones for a bead. That's too extravagant. Even if I have 100,000 8th grade Saint Stones, I can't bear to spend it like that. Even if I buy this bead for my collection, I'll still suffer. I'll have to reconsider if I want this bead even if you give it to me. The group of people discussed animatedly. Their words made it clear that Duan Lingtian in box number 1 was a fool. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about that at all. These people thought he was a fool, but in his opinion, these people were the fools. They were fools who did not know what was good for them. Who was Hua Lao? A 3-legged golden crow. A primordial mutant. With Hua Lao's experience in the world, his judgment was very high. How could something that Hua Lao admired be ordinary? Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the benefits that the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture would bring him. He believed that it would definitely be a great benefit. As the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion counted down from 3, the one-eyed devil vulture's eye successfully became Duan Lingtian's possession. Not long after, someone delivered the one-eyed devil vulture's eye to Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Lin Qingrong had told him beforehand, but the servant who delivered the item did not ask for Saint Stones from Duan Lingtian. He left after delivering the item to Duan Lingtian. "Hua Lao, how do I refine this?" Duan Lingtian raised his head and asked as he turned the bead in his hand. If possible, he did not want to look at the bead in his hand again. He did not want to experience the feeling of his soul being taken away again. "Let's wait for the auction to end." Hua Lao replied. Hua Lao's words were very clear. He would tell Duan Lingtian the details after the auction ended. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he was anxious, since Hua Lao had spoken, he did not insist. After putting away the bead in his hand, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "If it wasn't for Hua Lao's reminder, I wouldn't have known that it's actually an eyeball. It's the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture." After Duan Lingtian obtained the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture, the auction continued. One by one, the auction items were auctioned off on the stage. After 27 items were auctioned off, it was finally time for the last 3 items to be auctioned off. 3 sets of human rank primitive Saint grade martial tactics. It was worth mentioning that before this, Duan Lingtian obtained another item. It was a material that could be used to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was one of the high-grade materials that Hua Lao had mentioned before. Although its effect was not as good as the 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon pearl, it was not too far off. According to Hua Lao, this material could be used to repair the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda by 10%. At the same time, due to the appearance of the Saint-grade martial tactics, the auction square was in an uproar. The frenzied bidding made Duan Lingtian speechless. Soon after, the first set of Saint-grade martial tactics was bought by someone at the sky-high price of 200,000 8th-grade Saint Stones. It's no wonder Senior Lin gave me an auction item. Apart from these 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactics, If I bought it, even if it's just one, I'm afraid he'd want to die. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 200,000 8th grade saint stones were equivalent to 200 5th grade saint stones. It was almost a quarter of the 5th grade saint stones in Duan Lingtian's possession. Hua Lao, what's the difference between the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the second level? Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao when other people were bidding for the second set of Saint grade martial tactics. The third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Astonished God Halberd. Apart from that, the heaven and earth spirit energy there is denser. Not only that, but the flow of time there is also slower. Hua Lao said slowly. How slow? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Due to the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian was not interested in the Astonished God Halberd on the third level. What was the point of being interested in something that he could not even lift? What he cared more about was the heaven and earth spirit energy inside, since it was related to his cultivation environment. Naturally, the most important thing was the flow of time. 5 days inside and 1 day outside. Chapter 1389. 5 days inside and 1 day outside? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he heard Hua Lao's words. It should be noted that the time ratio on the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was only 2:1. On the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was only 3:1. Now, the time ratio on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 5:1. In other words, if I cultivate inside for 5 months, only 1 month will pass outside. If I cultivate inside for a year, only 2 months will pass outside and 10 days will pass outside. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he thought of this. However, he seemed to have thought of something very quickly and regained his senses. Repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is much harder than repairing the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even if Hua Lao used the materials I bid for earlier, he would only be able to repair 10% of it. Duan Lingtian shuddered and calmed down as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It seems like it's still a long way to go before I can completely repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although it was still a long way away, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. I must repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a qualitative leap compared to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, after repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I can start repairing the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian could not forget about the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. According to Hua Lao, as long as I repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the space in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will stabilize. At that time, no matter when or where, no matter what happens to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, even if it overturns rapidly, the space inside will not be affected. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited when he thought of this. That also means, no matter what danger I encounter, as long as I can enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in time, I can escape the calamity. In Duan Lingtian's mind, an image involuntarily appeared, an expert who was many times stronger than him, an expert who could crush him with a single finger. Just when he thought that he could definitely kill him, he hid in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and disappeared. As for the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it turned into dust and merged with the earth. That expert was so angry that he went crazy, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he could only leave in disappointment. I can't find the materials to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda on the Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands, but I'm sure I can find it in the Dao Martial Saint Land. From today onwards, I will do my best to search for the materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Perhaps, when I return to Cloud Continent next time, I can take a look at the other 2 mortal continents. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. With my strength, it's enough to deter the top forces and top powerhouses from the two mortal continents. At that time, I'll just have to give them some favors. I think I'll be able to mobilize the people from the two mortal continents to help me search for the materials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the other two mortal continents. Naturally, he was mentally prepared. Even if the two mortal continents were to work together, they might not be able to find the materials that could repair 50% of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. He would not let go of any opportunity to find the materials that could repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he realized the auction had ended. The remaining two sets of Saint-grade martial tactics were sold at a higher price than the first set of Saint-grade martial tactics. This result made Duan Lingtian speechless. Good boy, at least you have a conscience and are not too ruthless. After the auction ended, Duan Lingtian met Lin Qingrong again. As soon as they met, Lin Qingrong smiled and teased him. He had promised to give Duan Lingtian 2 auction items. Duan Lingtian had indeed bid, but the total price of the 2 auction items did not exceed 10,000 8th-grade Saint Stones. It was because of this that he said Duan Lingtian had a conscience. Senior Lin, you're the one who's stingy. Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. After getting closer to Lin Qingrong, he could see that he was an easygoing person. He did not put on airs and could joke occasionally. All right, I admit that I was stingy today. How about this? In the auction held by the Precious Treasure Pavilion next year, I'll let you bid for as many items as you want within 100,000 8th-grade Saint Stones. What do you think? Lin Qingrong scolded with a smile. You said it yourself. Duan Lingtian smiled. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you a round number. Then, after bidding farewell to Lin Qingrong, Duan Lingtian left the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Lin Qingrong also went to do his own things. After the auction ended, there was still a lot of work to be done. After leaving the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Duan Lingtian went to the city guard's camp. However, he did not see Hongyu. If Hongyu was not there, there was no need to mention the little girl, sure. Coincidentally, the 8 city guards under Hongyu's command were there. After finding out that Hongyu had returned home, he asked for Hongyu's address. Then, he personally went to Hongyu's house. Brother Lingtian. When Hongyu saw that Duan Lingtian had personally come to his residence, he was naturally very happy. He warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian in. Brother. Just as he entered the front yard of Hongyu's house, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a delicate little girl running towards him from afar. She ran all the way to his front and opened her arms to hug his thigh. Sure, you seem to have become prettier. Duan Lingtian squatted down and looked at the little girl's clean and white little face as he smiled. He could tell that the little girl had gone through some grooming. Sister-in-law helped me bathe and even changed me into a new set of clothes. The little girl raised her head and said to Duan Lingtian, Sister-in-law? Duan Lingtian was startled at first. Then he realized that the sister-in-law that the little girl Sure was referring to was Hongyu's wife. Soon, under Hongyu's introduction, Duan Lingtian got to know his wife. Hongyu's wife was a delicate and pretty lady. When she found out that Duan Lingtian was Hongyu's sworn brother, she was very enthusiastic and personally cooked a table full of dishes. Sister-in-law, you don't have to be so courteous with me in the future. Otherwise, I won't dare to come again. At the dining table, Duan Lingtian said to Hongyu's wife, Brother Lingtian, Hongyu doesn't have many friends. Since you're his brother, you're my brother as well. It's rare for a brother to come home. How can I not take good care of him? Hongyu's wife smiled. Sister-in-law, I'll have to trouble you with Sure here. I'll think of a way to see if I can find her family. If I can find them, I'll send her home. If I can't find them, I'll try my best to settle her down. I won't trouble you too much. Duan Lingtian said. Brother Lingtian, you're treating me like an outsider. Sure is very cute. Both my boys like her very much. It's fine if you can find her family, but if you can't, just let her stay here with me. Hongyu's wife quickly said. Sure is such a pitiful child. Hong Yu's wife's eyes were wet when she spoke. She recalled the scars on the little girl's body when she was bathing her earlier. She loved the little girl, sure, but she also felt sorry for her. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. He could tell Hong Yu's wife's words were from the bottom of her heart. She was not lying at all. "Brother Lingtian, I think you still have 7 days before you have to return to the latent dragon camp, right? You can stay in my house for the remaining 7 days. I have an empty guest room in my house," Hong Yu said. Hong Yu suggested, "You can also spend more time with Shir. That child has been nagging about you the whole morning." Duan Lingtian glanced at the little girl, Shir, and nodded in agreement. After eating and drinking, Duan Lingtian also saw Hong Yu's 2 boys. One was 2 years old, and the other was 3 years old. They were running behind the little girl, Shir. That night, Hong Yu went on duty while Duan Lingtian stayed in his house. The doors and windows of the spacious guest room were tightly shut. With a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. "Elder Kong, how do I refine the eye of this one-eyed devil vulture?" Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Hua and asked bluntly as he weighed the black pearl he obtained from the precious treasure pavilion in his hand. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Hua Lao did not speak and only raised his hand. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed his hand uncontrollably loosening, and the black pearl was in Hua Lao's hand. This scene caused him to be shocked. As expected, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It was the first time Duan Lingtian had witnessed Hua Lao's strength. Before Hua Lao, he was like a child that could not withstand a single blow. Something flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Subsequently, he noticed that Hua Lao had transformed into his true form as a 3-legged golden crow, and he spat out a strand of material flames that shot onto the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. At this instant, Duan Lingtian, who was far away, clearly felt the space of the first level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda gradually become hot, and in the end, it was hot to the point he was slightly unable to accept it. "Go to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda." Hua Lao's reminder sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. "With my current cultivation, I'll need at least 3 hours to refine this eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. Come back after 3 hours. At that time, I'll have already refined it and can directly fuse it into your body to allow you to possess the ability of a one-eyed devil vulture." Hua Lao reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately went to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. The space of the 2nd level was completely isolated from the 1st level, so he could not feel any heat at all. For the first time, Duan Lingtian felt that 3 hours was so long. It felt as though half a day had not even passed yet. When 3 hours had passed, Duan Lingtian, who could no longer hold himself back, flew out and left the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda immediately and went to the 1st level. Duan Lingtian discovered that Hua Lao had already reverted to his human form. Moreover, there was a ball of black mist hovering in front of him. Chapter 1390. The uncomfortable feeling was the same as when he saw the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the floating black fog was the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. It was refined into this appearance by Hua Lao. "Tell me when you're ready. When it fuses with your eye, it will hurt a little," Hua Lao said in a timely manner. "A little?" Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. "Hua Lao, let's begin." Hua Lao nodded. Immediately after, Hua Lao didn't see any movement, but the black fog floating in front of him instantly turned into a silk thread and shot towards Duan Lingtian's left eye. Duan Lingtian only felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if something had pierced his left eye. At first, it felt cold, but later, he could feel a clear pain. The pain continued to intensify. At first, Duan Lingtian could still bear it, but later, he couldn't bear it at all. He only felt as if his left eye could explode at any time, and he couldn't see anything in front of him. It was as if he had gone blind. Because of the pain, Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently. The veins on his forehead pulsed, and his robes were completely drenched in sweat. He tried hard to clench his teeth, but at some point his teeth were already bleeding. This is called a little pain? Thinking of Hua Lao's words just now, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Even if he had experienced a hail of bullets in his previous life, and was shot more than a dozen times, his eyebrows didn't even blink, but now his eyebrows had already twitched countless times. Gradually, Duan Lingtian became numb from the pain. He only felt as if his left eye didn't belong to him anymore. He didn't know how much time had passed in this numbness. Duan Lingtian discovered that the pain was gradually subsiding. At the same time, he could feel the existence of his left eye again. In the end, the originally dark left eye in front of him gradually lit up. After experiencing endless darkness and seeing light again, his left eye vaguely stung. Of course, this stinging sensation was not worth mentioning compared to the pain he had experienced before. Feel what's changed in your left eye? Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to come back to his senses. At the same time, he began to observe everything in front of him with his left eye. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. God, what did he see? Duan Lingtian found out. Right now, everything he saw with his left eye was completely different from what he saw with his right eye. His right eye was as usual. His left eye, however, had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the world that his left eye could see, everything seemed to be dyed with a layer of incomparably gorgeous colors. It was a riot of colors that was exceptionally eye-catching. Elder Hua, who was standing in front of him, was now clearly different from Elder Hua. Scalp, face, clothes, belt, hands, all of these were displayed in front of Duan Lingtian's left eye as if they had been deliberately drawn. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian could even clearly see the traces of the flow of heaven and earth spirit energy, strand after strand. It should be known that he couldn't see these before. Gently raising his hand, Duan Lingtian's sleeves fluttered, causing a gentle breeze. In this gentle breeze, Duan Lingtian's left eye even caught extremely fine dust. All of this was so natural that it didn't seem out of place at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hua Lao had thrown a punch at him without warning. The wind from the punch raged, causing the air to vibrate. In Duan Lingtian's right eye, Hua Lao's punch was an afterimage. In Duan Lingtian's left eye, the punch seemed to have slowed down a little. It was to the extent that he could even see the trajectory of the airflow that spread out in all directions wherever the punch passed. Hua Lao's punch is comparable to a punch from a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's right eye could determine this. Hua Lao's punch was aimed at Duan Lingtian's left eye without warning. If it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, he would definitely have been hit by Hua Lao's sneak attack. After all, Hua Lao was right in front of him. Moreover, his attention was not on Hua Lao from the beginning until the end. He could not avoid it at all. However, at this moment, the punch was right in front of Duan Lingtian's left eye and was about to hit it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that his spiritual energy had instantly surged into his left eye. In an instant, he felt his left eye burning. If Duan Lingtian was given a mirror at this moment, he would discover that there was a black whirlpool spinning continuously in the pupil of his left eye as though it could devour everything. As his spiritual energy surged into his left eye, it became hotter and hotter. Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that Hua Lao's fist seemed to have frozen in place within the range of his left eye's vision. It was frozen in place in front of his eyes. Moreover, he also discovered that the air ripples around Hua Lao's fist seemed to have stopped as well. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hua Lao's fist was not frozen in place. Instead, it had slowed down. It had become very, very slow. As Duan Lingtian's left eye shrank, Hua Lao's fist strangely moved to the side, narrowly avoiding him. Immediately after, he felt a wave of dizziness. In the depths of his mind, the originally dense spiritual energy was now almost completely exhausted. As for his left eye, it had also stopped burning. Not bad. Hua Lao's voice sounded in a timely manner. In the future, as your spiritual energy grows stronger, the ability of your left eye will also become stronger and stronger. After a while, Duan Lingtian recovered and asked, Hualao, what happened just now? Your left eye has already inherited the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture. To be precise, it's the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Hualao said, the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture relies on spiritual energy to operate. Once it's activated, the flow of time in its field of vision will become extremely slow. You should have felt it earlier as well. Hualao continued. The flow of time in my field of vision will become extremely slow? Duan Lingtian recalled the scene earlier. Earlier, Hualao's fist should have hit his left eye. However, when Hualao's fist approached his left eye, his spiritual energy strangely surged into his left eye. Then, his left eye began to burn. At that time, the speed of Hualao's fist had also become very slow. However, during this process, his spiritual energy was also rapidly burning. In just an instant, it was almost completely exhausted. Then Hualao's fist strangely moved to the side. This is too unbelievable, right? Due to the fact that his spiritual energy was almost depleted, Duan Lingtian's face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with shock. There's nothing unbelievable about it. This is the one-eyed devil vulture's special ability. Hualao said, the most valuable part of the one-eyed devil vulture is its eye. You're lucky to be able to obtain it. It's all thanks to Hualao that you're able to recognize it and help me refine it. At this time, Duan Lingtian had also calmed down. If you hadn't encountered it, I wouldn't have recognized it either. Hualao said, however, although the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye is strange, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. I saw that you only used a glance earlier, and your spiritual energy seems to have been almost completely exhausted. Yes, almost completely exhausted. Duan Lingtian nodded. What you need to do now is to control it. Let it activate its ability as you wish, and not randomly activate it at any time. Hualao said again. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Also, your left eye is completely different from before even if you don't use the one-eyed devil vulture's ability. I think you've noticed this point as well. Hualao said. My left eye is now able to see things clearly. Duan Lingtian also noticed this. Study it carefully yourself. My understanding of the one-eyed devil vulture is limited to what I've just said. As for whether its eye has any other abilities, I'm not sure. Hualao said. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sincerely thanked Hualao. Thank you very much, Hualao. In layman's terms, between you and me, we're now grasshoppers on the same rope. You're strong, so you'll have more ability to protect yourself. A rare smile appeared on Hualao's face. On this planet, I'm afraid you're the only one who can make the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda acknowledge you as its master. If you die, I'm afraid I'll have to stay on this planet with it forever. Hualao, after the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda is completely repaired, I'll definitely return your freedom. Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and promised with a serious expression. Freedom. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hualao's body shook. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze became extremely complicated. However, he still felt a little touched in his heart. Hualao, you can cultivate. I won't disturb you anymore. After informing Hualao, Duan Lingtian returned to the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and began to recover his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. It would take him at least half a month to fully recover. Therefore, in the next half a month, Duan Lingtian cultivated and recovered his spiritual energy. Naturally, his spiritual energy recovered on its own, so Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about it. After half a month, Duan Lingtian finally left the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Half a month on the second level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was equivalent to 5 days outside. I'll have to return to the latent dragon camp in 2 days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After putting away the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian went to the dressing table in his room and sat down. He looked at himself in the mirror. To be precise, he was looking at his left eye. Fortunately, it's still the same as before. I can't see any changes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be treated as a monster. Duan Lingtun muttered to himself with lingering fear. I wonder if I can take the initiative to integrate my spiritual energy into my left eye. With a thought, Duan Lingtian tried to integrate his spiritual energy into his left eye. However, he discovered that there was no obstruction at all. It integrated easily. Chapter 1391. The little black whirlpool kept spinning like a bottomless pool. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized his spiritual energy was being sent to his left eye uncontrollably. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat, and he quickly stopped it. Although he managed to stop it in time, half of his spiritual energy was still consumed. It's really strange. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he looked at his left eye. Since he had to return to the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate the next day, Duan Lingtian left the guest room to look for the little girl, Sure, and spent the whole day with her. Duan Lingtian only left after bidding farewell to Hong Yu and his wife early in the morning the next day. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to return to the city governor's estate. He walked out of Mound Hill City. After he exited the city gate, he stepped into the air and soared into the sky. There's a flight prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City. Martial and Dao cultivators below the St. Rudiment stage can't fly. I haven't breathed in the fresh air in the sky for a few months now. Duan Lingtian flew high up in the sky, and it did not take long for him to fly far away. When he turned around, he realized Mound Hill City had turned into an inconspicuous little black dot. If he did not know it was Mound Hill City, he would not have been able to recognize it just by looking at the little black dot. Standing in the air, Duan Lingtian stared at the little black dot in the distance quietly. All of a sudden, a little whirlpool appeared in his left pupil, and it was spinning faster and faster. Duan Lingtun could feel his left eye burning. However, his attention was not on it. Instead, it was on the little black dot in the distance. He realized that as his left eye burned, he did not move, but the little black dot in the distance gradually grew bigger and eventually turned into a huge city. The well-defined Mound Hill City completely occupied Duan Lingtian's left eye's line of sight. Clairvoyance! Duan Lingtian gasped. His heart was in turmoil. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who sensed his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, quickly stopped his spiritual energy from transferring energy to his left eye. His left eye, which was devoid of energy, quickly returned to normal. So far, we've only discovered two of its abilities. One is an ability similar to the clairvoyance, and the other is the spatial displacement ability. This was the result of Duan Lingtian's night of research. Spatial displacement was the technique he used to make Hua Lao's fist brush past his cheek. That was the ability of his left eye. However, the rate at which that ability consumed his spiritual energy was much faster than using the clairvoyance ability. What should I name it? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian began to ponder. Now his left eye was no longer an ordinary human eye, so he decided to give it a name. God's eye? It's too tacky. Heaven's eye? That wouldn't do either. It has the same name as the heavenly eye technique. Ghost eye? It doesn't seem auspicious. Strange eye sounds good. I'll call it strange eye. After thinking for a while, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would call his mutated left eye strange eye in the future. The strange eye referred to the strange eyes. As for his left eye, it was indeed strange. After walking around outside, Duan Lingtian returned to Mound Hill City and the Castellan's mansion. Of course, he registered again when he entered the main gate. After returning to the Castellan's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to the latent dragon camp. Before he entered the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian could already hear the sounds of discussion coming from inside. The person who was discussing was his friend in the latent dragon camp, Guoli. A month ago, Guoli was defeated by Ho Lin. Today, she challenged Ho Lin and defeated him with only 3 moves, redeeming herself from the humiliation. That's amazing. That's not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that she defeated the person who used to be ranked 8th among the 13 gangsters and replaced him. If Zhang Jilong, who was ranked 7th among the 13 gangsters, did not break through, she would definitely be able to defeat him and replace him. Voices entered Duan Lingtian's ears one after another. Guoli broke through? After learning that Guoli had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. However, he smiled as he was happy for Guoli. However, he did not expect Zhang Jilong to have broken through as well. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian walked into the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian is back. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked into the latent dragon camp, he heard a few exclamations coming from inside. Someone with sharp eyes noticed him. He was a little speechless. What was there to be surprised about when he was back? Soon, as the group of young men and women in the latent dragon camp discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian found out the reason. It turned out that Zhang Jilong had said 3 days ago that he would look for him to redeem himself when he returned. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the door of cottage number 7 opened as soon as Duan Lingtian stepped onto the high platform. A figure that was familiar to Duan Lingtian walked out. It was Zhang Jilong. Zhang Jilong was once the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the area around Mound Hill City. However, ever since he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, the halo on his head had disappeared. Due to this reason, he hated Duan Lingtian to the core. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Jilong, who took the initiative to greet him. Duan Lingtian, I want to challenge you. Zhang Jilong said bluntly. Today, I want you to return everything you owe me. I'll let everyone know that I, Zhang Jilong, am stronger than you, Duan Lingtian. Zhang Jilong's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. His face was ferocious. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when he heard Zhang Jilong's words. However, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. I know you've also broken through, but it doesn't matter. I'll let everyone know. Even if you, Duan Lingtian, have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage like me, you won't be a match for me, Duan Lingtian. Zhang Jilong said confidently. Is that so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and studied Zhang Jilong with interest. Of course, I'll let everyone know. You, Duan Lingtian, are weaker than me, Zhang Jilong. Zhang Jilong was still full of confidence. Frick, frick. Accompanied by the sound of 2 doors opening, it was the doors of the 3rd and 8th wooden houses opening. A person walked out from each of them. It was a man and a woman. The man wore a brocade robe and looked like a rich young master. In fact, he was indeed a rich young master. It's Jin Yuan Bao, who's ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters. I can't believe he's here to join in the fun. Who doesn't want to watch a good show? Due to Jin Yuan Bao's appearance, the crowd was in an uproar again. When Jin Yuan Bao came out of cottage number 3, another person came out of cottage number 8 as well. It was Guoli, who had just entered cottage number 8 today. I can't believe I'm able to witness such an exciting scene as soon as I come out of closed-door cultivation. I'm really looking forward to it. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong, who were confronting each other, and waved the folding fan in his hand. He looked like an elegant young master as he said with a smile. Although Guoli did not say anything, her eyes were filled with confidence when she looked at Duan Lingtian. After 3 months, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong stood in the same place again. They were ready to fight just like 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Zhang Jilong was defeated by Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was defeated by the bow and arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Today, Zhang Jilong challenged Duan Lingtian to avenge his humiliation and reclaim his dignity and glory. It's going to start soon. Looking at Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong, who were confronting each other, the crowd began to calm down and focus on the scene before them. Nobody knew when, but a middle-aged man in silver armor stood in the pavilion. It was the Heavenly Harm Guardian. I'm afraid Zhang Jilong is going to embarrass himself again. The Heavenly Harm Guardian looked at the 2 people who were confronting each other on the high platform and muttered softly. It was as though he already knew the outcome before the fight had even begun. On the high platform, Zhang Jilong made the first move when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making a move after a long time. True energy at the mastery mortal shedding stage wrapped around his legs as he attacked Duan Lingtian. Push, 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 push. Perhaps it was because he had learned his lesson 3 months ago. He attacked Duan Lingtian first. His legs were suppressing Duan Lingtian's head, intentionally preventing Duan Lingtian from going up into the air. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had gone up into the air. During that brief moment, he shot an arrow and defeated Zhang Jilong. In that battle, the strength of his legs was on par with the strength of Duan Lingtian's arrow. However, due to the advantage of the bow and arrow, he was injured. That was the main reason he was defeated. With the lesson from the last time, he had learned his lesson this time and would not act like the last time. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask with a faint smile after he saw through Zhang Jilong's plan. You'll find out soon whether I can defeat you or not. Zhang Jilong replied coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, the true energy in his legs surged, releasing terrifying waves of air that descended from the sky toward Duan Lingtian's head. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of Zhang Jilong's thunderous attack, Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully. With a raise of his hand, the sun-shooting bow appeared. Following that, he placed his hand on the bowstring and quickly plucked it. In an instant, the bowstring vibrated and released a loud noise. At the same time, true energy light blades formed on the bowstring and shot toward Zhang Jilong's legs. To be more precise, they were aiming for the saint weapons on Zhang Jilong's legs. Zhang Jilong's boots were his saint weapons, human rank mediocre saint weapons. Clang, 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 clang. The true energy light blades landed on Zhang Jilong's boots, releasing a series of ear-piercing sounds. At the same time, waves of air spread out like a gust of wind, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter loudly. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Impossible! At this moment, everyone heard a cry of unwillingness. Chapter 1392. Boom! Zhang Jilong's body flew out like an arrow that was shot out of the bow and landed heavily on the ground. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he looked extremely wretched. Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian responded coldly when he heard Zhang Jilong's unwilling shout when he was sent flying out. Zhang Jilong's face turned grave when he sensed the gazes from the surroundings. He did not even need to look to know that those gazes were mocking him. He's so powerful. Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters, was shocked. He could not help but feel wary when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He could see it. The ability that Duan Lingtian displayed just now did not seem like someone who had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. In fact, he felt like he was on par with someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. He was a martial cultivator at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Amazing! Seeing how Duan Lingtian defeated Zhang Jilong in just one move, Guoli could not help but be amazed even though she was confident in Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Duan Lingtian has such ability when he has just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? On the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. If he did not know that Duan Lingtian was a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the past, he would not have believed that Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's ability is just too terrifying. He defeated Zhang Jilong, who has also broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage with just one move. That's unbelievable. With Duan Lingtian's current ability, I'm afraid he can challenge the top 5 of the 13 gangsters. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Most of them wished that Duan Lingtian would challenge the top 5 of the 13 gangsters now. While the group of people were praising Duan Lingtian's strength, not many people noticed that Zhang Jilong was glaring hatefully at Duan Lingtian before returning to log cabin 7. He had challenged Duan Lingtian today because he wanted to avenge his humiliation. He, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, was full of confidence. Initially, he thought he could defeat Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought he would be defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one move? If he had known that this would be the result, he definitely would not have come out to make a fool of himself. How could that Duan Lingtian have improved so much? Before we broke through, he was slightly better than me by relying on the advantage of long-range attacks with his bow and arrows. But just now, after returning to cabin number 7, Zhang Jilong's face looked worse than if his parents had died. Just now, most of the people present did not even see what happened before Zhang Jilong was sent flying. Only Zhang Jilong knew how terrifying the true energy light blades that were shot out from Duan Lingtian's bowstring were. Each true energy light blade that landed on the Saint weapon boots on his feet was like a heavy hammer smashing down. In the beginning, he could still take it head-on. However, the true energy light blades came one after another. In the end, he could not take it anymore and was sent flying. Due to him taking it head-on earlier, he had suffered a severe internal injury. Master City Governor will come out of closed-door cultivation in a few days. At that time, he'll set a test and recruit 2 to 3 disciples. Zhang Jilong's heart sank when he thought about this. I hope my injury won't affect the test this time. Otherwise, I won't let that Duan Lingang go. Zhang Jilong gritted his teeth when he thought about this. He seemed to have forgotten that he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Guoli, congratulations. Outside, Duan Lingtian looked at Guoli and congratulated her for breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Guoli responded with a smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters, and nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, do you want to challenge me? Jin Yuan Bao asked with a smile. Jin Yuan Bao was excited when he saw Duan Lingtian's powerful strength. He was a battle-hungry person since he was able to join the Latent Dragon camp and was ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. Next time, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Jin Yuan Bao, so he did not plan to embarrass him in front of everyone. If it was a few days ago, he would not dare to say that he could defeat Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. However, it was different now that he had the strange pupil. Duan Lingtian had originally named the strange pupil as the strange eye. In the end, he changed it to the strange pupil because he found it unpleasant. The strange pupil referred to his current left eye. He had refined and fused with the eye of the one-eyed demon vulture and inherited the eye's abilities. Next time then. Jin Yuan Bao nodded and smiled. He did not intend to force Duan Lingtian to fight. Following that, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Guoli and Jin Yuan Bao before he returned to his cottage number 6. Seeing this, Guoli also returned to her cabin number 8. If there were no accidents, the city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of his closed-door cultivation in a few days. At that time, he would set up a test and pick 2 to 3 people from the Latent Dragon camp's 13 gangsters to become his disciples. Guoli really wanted to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Once she became the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she would no longer have to worry about being assassinated. Although the 2 great clans of Fiu Island were at odds with the Gua clan, they did not dare to offend the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rated force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not something they could compare to. Once I become the city governor's disciple, not only will the 2 clans not kill me, but they'll also stop other people from killing me. After all, if I die, they'll definitely be implicated, Guoli thought to herself. At that time, it's not impossible for the city governor to kill them in a fit of anger. It was undoubtedly a blatant provocation for 2 mere 9th-rated forces to kill the disciple of the leader of an 8th-rated force. Put everything else aside, even if it was just for the sake of prestige, the 8th-rated force would not let the 2 9th-rated forces go. At that time, they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Due to this reason, Guoli was eager to pass the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City and become his disciple. Although the chances are slim, I'll still try my best. Guoli murmured with a serious expression. Indeed, her chances were slim. Put aside the top 5 among the 13 gangsters, she could not even compare to Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong. Among the 13 gangsters, there were 7 of them whom she could not compare to. Naturally, her chances were slim. Right now, she could only hope for a miracle to happen. After Guoli returned to cottage number 8, Jin Yuan Bao did not stay outside for long. He returned to cottage number 3 and closed the door before he continued to cultivate. He was preparing for the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. After Jin Yuan Bao returned to his cottage, the high platform regained its peace. However, the area of the dilapidated cottages behind the septic tank below the high platform was bustling with activity. All of them were still discussing Duan Lingtian's strength. Some of them even mentioned how Duan Lingtian rejected Jin Yuan Bao's suggestion. Do you think Duan Lingtian rejected Jin Yuan Bao and did not challenge him because he's afraid of him? Someone could not help but ask. It's possible. Some of them agreed. It's more than possible. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian did not challenge Jin Yuan Bao because he thinks he's no match for him. If he's confident enough to defeat Jin Yuan Bao, he'll definitely replace Jin Yuan Bao and become the number 3 of the 13 gangsters. After all, the number 3 of the 13 gangsters will get more Saint Stones. That's right. Tomorrow's the day to get the Saint Stones. If Duan Lingtian can defeat Jin Yuan Bao and become the number 3 of the 13 gangsters, he'll get 1,108th grade Saint Stones. Right now, he's only ranked number 6 of the 13 gangsters, so he can only get 808th grade Saint Stones. Because of this topic, the dilapidated cottages became lively again. In the end, almost everyone felt that this was how it should be. Duan Lingtian and Guoli are amazing. Both of them have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. I wonder when I'll be able to break through. A young man stood in front of a dilapidated cottage and mumbled to himself. This young man was none other than Zhu Lang, the genius martial cultivator who joined the Latent Dragon camp on the same day as Duan Lingtian and Julie. He was from the Zhu clan of Stormy Town in Mound Hill City. He was already shocked that Duan Lingtian and Guoli managed to become one of the 13 gangsters after joining the Latent Dragon camp on the same day and becoming one of the 13 gangsters. Now that Duan Lingtian and Guoli were among the top of the 13 gangsters, he had mixed feelings. I can't slack off anymore. Even if I can't catch up with Duan Lingtian and Guoli, I'll still be one of the 13 gangsters. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Lang returned to the dilapidated cottage and began to cultivate diligently. A day later, in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I've broken through. Suddenly, an excited and joyful voice came from the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. Now, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The space in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not restricted by the flight-prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could fly freely in the air. Now, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the air, had a bronze glow on his body. Now, he was only wearing a pair of pants, and his upper body was bare. His muscles were slightly bulging, and his muscular upper body seemed to be covered with a layer of copper clothing. It was the defensive technique of the human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic, copper shirt. The reason why Duan Lingtian was excited and joyful was that his copper shirt had broken through to the second stage of the Saint-grade martial tactic, and he had made some progress in it. I feel that, after activating the copper shirt, my body seems to have become a bit stronger. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists tightly, and he could not hide the excitement on his face. Without warning, he lifted his hand and punched out. Although he did not use any true energy, it caused the air to vibrate and form a vast shockwave that blasted onto the wall. Bang! Chapter 1393. Now, even if I don't use the strange pupil, martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage might not be my match. Duan Lingtian was full of confidence after the breakthrough of Copper Shirt. His body was strong to begin with. Once he performed Copper Shirt, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Coupled with the true qi that gushed out of the 32 saint veins, he would definitely be invincible. Today seems to be the day to comprehend the saint stones. After a moment of excitement, Duan Lingtian snapped back to reality. He recalled that today seemed to be the day for the Latent Dragon Camp members to receive their saint stones. I've missed it for 2 months. I can't miss it this month. With that thought, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to Wooden House number 6. After putting away the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he left the wooden house and went straight to the pavilion not far away. Currently, many people were going in and out of the pavilion. It was obvious that they were the latent dragon camp members who were going to receive their saint stones. As Duan Ling Tian walked, he attracted many people's gazes wherever he passed. It's Duan Lingen. Duan Ling Tian is ranked number 6 among the 13 gangsters. He can receive 800 8th grade saint stones every month. How enviable. Yeah, each of us only gets 10 8th grade saint stones, but he has 800. It's almost the same as all of us. Many people shook their heads and sighed in the dilapidated wooden house area below the high platform. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and stood in front of the heavenly harm guardian. He initially planned to comprehend 800 8th grade saint stones, but he received 2,400 8th grade saint stones instead. This, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. The next 3 months will be a special period. The Heavenly Leader Guardian has ordered that in order not to affect the 13 gangsters' cultivation, the 13 gangsters can accumulate the saint stones they receive every month. The Heavenly Harm Guardian's face was still cold as he said coolly. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He turned around and left after thanking the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Special period? Is it referring to the city governor of Mound Hill City coming out of closed-door cultivation to take in disciples? In the past 3 months, I'm not the only one. Many of the other 13 Grand Guardians must have forgotten to comprehend the Holy Stone as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As the city lord of Mound Hill City was about to set up a test and accept disciples, the 13 gangsters had been cultivating day and night. It was not impossible for them to forget to collect their saint stones occasionally. After putting away the 2,400 8th grade saint stones, Duan Lingtian left the pavilion and headed back to wooden house number 6. However, just as he reached the door of wooden hut number 6, he was stopped by someone. Duan Lingtian frowned at the person in front of him and asked, "What's the matter?" "Stay away from Guoli in the future." The person standing in front of Duan Lingtian said coldly to Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian's brows relaxed. He looked at the person in front of him with interest and asked faintly, "Because she's my, Zheng Jian's, future woman." The person standing in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than the person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, Zheng Jian. Zheng Jian was also the distant cousin of Hu Jie, who came from Wind Rain Town with Zhu Lang. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had seen him in the meeting hall of the city governor's mansion. At that time, he had been pestering Guoli, but Guoli ignored him. "But because my fist is bigger than yours." Zheng Jian smirked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed through them. "Your fist is bigger than mine?" Duan Lingtian smiled. He really did not know where Zheng Jian got his confidence from. Was it because he did not challenge him, so he thought he was afraid of him? Duan Lingtian did not know that was Zheng Jian's thought. The difference in ranking among the 13 gangsters meant that they would receive different saint stones each month. For example, Duan Lingtian who ranked 6th and Zheng Jian who ranked 5th. Duan Lingtian could only receive 800 8th grade saint stones each month, but Zheng Jian could comprehend 900 8th grade saint stones each month. There was a difference of 100 8th grade saint stones between the two of them. In Zheng Jian's opinion, the reason Duan Lingtian did not dare to challenge him was because Duan Lingtian was afraid of him. 13 gangsters, listen up. Just when Duan Lingtian and Zheng Jian were at each other's throats and had attracted many people's attention, a thunderous voice resonated from the sky. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, lifted their heads and looked up when they heard the voice. With just a glance, they saw a green figure standing in the sky. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green. He stood there as still as a mountain, like a statue. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At this moment, the other 13 gangsters, including Ling Yun who ranked 1st among the 13 gangsters, walked out of the wooden house and bowed respectfully at the green-clad middle-aged man in the sky. This Heavenly Leader Guardian is really a Saint Rudiment powerhouse. Duan Lingtian who bowed as well was shocked. The entire Mound Hill City, including the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, was shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation. Unless one was at the Saint Rudiment stage or above, one would not be able to fly. Right now, the heavenly leader guardian was hovering in the sky, and his cultivation base was about to be revealed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel lucky that he did not use his divine eye to probe the heavenly leader guardian's cultivation base when they were in the assembly hall 3 months ago. At that time, he almost could not hold back his curiosity and used his divine eye to probe the heavenly leader guardian. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian? Oh my God! The leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, is actually a Saint Rudiment powerhouse. As the 13 gangsters bowed at the heavenly leader guardian, the group of latent dragon camp members in the dilapidated wooden house area also learned about the identity of the green-clad middle-aged man hovering in the sky. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At this moment, they bowed one after another. Lord City Governor has come out of his closed-door cultivation. Follow me to the assembly hall to see Lord City Governor. The heavenly leader guardian spoke again. As he spoke this time, his figure slowly descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the latent dragon camp. Upon hearing the heavenly leader guardian's words and seeing his actions, the 13 gangsters, including Duan Lingtian, flew out one after another and followed behind him. Duan Ling, consider yourself lucky. At the same time, a true energy voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell that it was Zheng Jian's voice. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zheng Jian as if he did not hear him at all. This made Zheng Jian's expression turn even more grave as his eyes were filled with killing intent. When he saw Guoli speed up to Duan Lingtian and walked side by side with Duan Lingtian, his expression turned even more grave. Duan Lingnan, are you confident? Guoli asked through true energy voice transmission when she walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and followed behind the heavenly leader guardian to the assembly hall of the city governor's estate. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head in response to Guoli's question. He knew what Guoli was asking. She was asking if he was confident in passing the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City and becoming his disciple. He was telling the truth. He did not even know what the test was, so naturally, he did not know if he was confident or not. I think you're very confident. Guoli continued. Don't just talk about me. What about you? Are you confident? Duan Lingtian asked. Me? I'm not confident. Guoli shook her head and smiled wryly. My ability is not even on par with you and Zhang Jilong, let alone the other 5 who are ranked at the top of the 13 gangsters. We still don't know what the test is. Maybe it's not just a test of ability? Duan Lingtian comforted her. I hope so. Guoli nodded. Zhang Jilong followed behind as well. His eyes were filled with a vicious gleam as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Until now, his internal injuries had not healed yet, and it was all because of this person in front of him. Now, he only hoped that the test would not be held in these 2 days. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Soon, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the other 13 gangsters to the assembly hall of the city governor's estate and stopped. Master City Governor, the 13 gangsters are here. The heavenly leader guardian bowed respectfully as he stood outside the assembly hall. His tone was filled with humility. They're both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. The city governor of Mound Hill City is definitely more powerful than the heavenly leader guardian. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not doubt that at all. Come in. As soon as the heavenly leader guardian was done speaking, a calm and majestic voice came from the assembly hall, causing the heavenly leader guardian to respond immediately. In the next moment, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the others into the assembly hall. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the assembly hall. He had only been here once 3 months ago. However, there were 2 more people in the assembly hall today. A middle-aged man in a silver robe was sitting at the head of the assembly hall. The middle-aged man had a majestic look on his face, and he sat there as steady as a mountain. He gave off an indescribable pressure. He's the city governor of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian guessed the middle-aged man's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on a black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. The black-clad young man looked ordinary, but his gaze was unusually cold. The black-clad young man did not even look at them in the eye since they entered. He did not even look at the heavenly leader guardian. It was as if he had completely ignored them. What an arrogant person, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Master City Governor. At that moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 12-13 gangsters followed the heavenly leader guardian and bowed to the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded expressionlessly. Perfection? Perfection mortal shedding stage? At that moment, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This was because he had used his divine eye to check the cultivation base of the black-clad young man behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. Perfection mortal shedding stage. 37 years old. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he discovered the other party's age. He's only 2 years older than me, but he's already at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although he's slightly weaker than Ling Yun, he seems to be from the mortal continent as well. Duan Lingtian had already guessed it. Chapter 1394. The city governor of Mound Hill City sat in the main seat. His sharp gaze swept across the 13 people, including Duan Lingtian. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic spiritual energy sweeping toward him. The spiritual energy shrouded his entire body in just a blink of an eye, making him feel like he had nowhere to hide. Duan Lingtian knew the city governor of Mound Hill City was probing them. The city governor of Mound Hill City's gaze finally landed on the green-clad young man who carried a sheathed longsword on his back. You must be the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked calmly as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the green-clad young man with a piercing gaze. Yes. Ling Yun did not dare to slack in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Not bad, not bad. You're only 30 years old, but you've already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Your future is limitless. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded with admiration in his eyes. Perfection mortal shedding stage? As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that, apart from Ling Yun and Duan Lingtian, everyone present, including the heavenly leader guardian and the black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, were shocked. He's really on the perfection mortal shedding stage. The heavenly leader guardian was the first to react. He swept his spiritual energy toward Ling Yun and soon detected Ling Yun's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic. The spiritual secret tactic used to detect cultivation base was different from the spiritual secret tactic used to detect age. The latter would work as long as the person's cultivation base was not one level higher than his. In other words, a martial or Dao cultivator on the early mortal shedding stage could detect the age of a martial or Dao cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage with his spiritual secret tactic. However, the former could only be detected by someone whose cultivation base was one level higher than his. In other words, only martial or Dao cultivators on the Saint Rudiment stage could detect the specific cultivation base of a martial or Dao cultivator on the mortal shedding stage. Of course, Duan Lingtian's divine eye did not have such a restriction. The heavenly leader guardian was also at the Saint Rudiment stage, so it was easy for him to detect Ling Yun's cultivation base. Although Ling Yun had already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage when he came to the assembly hall 3 months ago, the heavenly leader guardian did not check his cultivation base at that time. That was why he only found out now that Ling Yun was already a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Ling Yun has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage? Apart from Ling Yun and Duan Lingtian, the other 11-13 gangsters had a hint of horror in their eyes when they looked at Ling Yun again. Especially Xiong Hu, whose face was full of bitterness. A few days ago, he noticed that he was showing signs of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Initially, he thought that he would be the first among the 13 gangsters to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. However, he did not expect Ling Yun to break through before him. This made him feel powerless. The black-clad young man behind the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Ling Yun with intense battle intent. Ling Yun, I've already thought of a test for you. The city governor of Mound Hill City spoke again and successfully attracted everyone's attention. The eyes of the other 13 gangsters, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. What kind of test would the city governor set for Ling Yun? Would the test he set for Ling Yun be the same as the one they had to go through? Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Ling Yun's eyes lit up when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. Even the heavenly leader guardian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City with anticipation. Ling Yun, my disciple, Su Qi, is also at the perfection mortal shedding stage like you. I'll take you as my disciple if you can withstand 3 moves from him without being defeated. Finally, the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke under everyone's watchful eyes and revealed the test he had set for Ling Yun. The eyes of the black-clad young man, Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, lit up when he heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. He then took a step forward and stood next to the city governor of Mound Hill City. He's Su Qi, Master City Governor's disciple? A genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent? I can't believe that Master City Governor's disciple is also a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, since they're both perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators, isn't it a little too easy for Master City Governor to set such a test for Ling Yun? I think so too. Many of the 13 gangsters whispered among themselves. They all thought that the test the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for Ling Yun was too easy for him. Of course, they were not dissatisfied even though they thought it was too easy. Ling Yun was only 30 years old, but he was already a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. They would not be surprised if such a genius was exempted from the test and directly became the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple. Ling Yun frowned subtly when he heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. He did not like the feeling of being looked down upon. Ling Yun, make your move. I'd like to see if you, the leader of the 13 gangsters, are qualified to be my junior brother. Su Qi looked directly at Ling Yun and said calmly, make our move here? While Duan Lingtian and the rest were stunned when they heard what Su Qi said, Ling Yun had already made his move. The long sword on his back was unsheathed with a clang. A 3-foot-long sword ray shot out and was aimed at Su Qi. Although he was angry that the city governor of Mound Hill City had underestimated him, Ling Yun subconsciously felt that the test the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for him was not that simple. Therefore, he decided to make the first move and gain the upper hand. What a fast sword! Duan Lingtian was shocked to find that Ling Yun and his sword had turned into a phantom that was difficult to capture in his right eye. In his left eye, Ling Yun's speed was extremely fast as well. The reason why his left eye was different was that he had inherited the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Of course, it could also be called a talent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun had already stabbed 13 times. Each of the attacks was real. They were all stabbed out by the human rank mediocre saint's sword in his hand, releasing a dazzling sword ray. Wherever the sword ray went, it seemed like it was going to leave 13 bloody holes on Su Qi's body. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was that Ling Yun's attack was so fast. From the beginning until the end, Su Qi's expression did not change in the face of Ling Yun's preemptive and thunderous attacks. He only moved when Ling Yun was close to him with his sword. He bent his knees slightly, and in the next moment, he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the 13 solid sword gleams in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun did not seem to be too surprised when he saw that the 13 sword rays were dodged. His eyes flashed as he leaned backward. At the same time, Su Qi's palm landed like a thunderbolt. The palm print formed by his true energy almost brushed past Ling Yun's face as he leaned backward. The palm print was about to land on the side of the meeting hall and shatter one of the chairs. The heavenly leader guardian made his move. He did not use his true energy, but the palm print exploded in the air and turned into nothingness. All that was left was a raging strong wind. The wind caused the chairs on the side of the meeting hall to sway. One move. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps the rest of the 13 gangsters did not see what happened just now, But he saw everything clearly with his strange pupil that he quietly activated. When Su Qi dodged Ling Yun's attack, he threw a palm print at Ling Yun in the air. The palm print was so fast that it could not be performed by an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. However, Ling Yun was not an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. He managed to dodge Su Qi's palm print. Great! The city governor of Mound Hill City smiled. Su Qi hasn't used his divine weapon yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps it was because of Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Su Qi leaped up and landed with a narrow saber in his hand. It was a crescent-shaped narrow saber with a terrifying cold gleam shining on it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing that Su Qi was about to land, Ling Yun did not give him the chance to do so. When Su Qi had nowhere to go, the 3-foot-long sword in his hand bloomed and transformed into 5 sword rays that were even faster than before. The speed of the 5 sword rays was even faster than the 13 sword rays that he had thrown out earlier. It was time to kill him while he was down. Ling Yun was unforgiving at that moment. Great! However, Su Qi did not panic. Facing Ling Yun's 5 sword rays that were coming at him at lightning speed, he shouted in a deep voice. True Qi surged on the narrow saber in his hand before it left his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the narrow saber left his hand, it spun rapidly in the air like a fan under Su Qi's body. Su Qi stood steadily on it as though he was standing on flat ground. Clang, 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 clang. 5 consecutive ear-piercing sounds resonated almost at the same time. It was Su Qi who had blocked Ling Yun's 5 sword rays. To be exact, they were blocked by his saber that was spinning like a fan. What a brilliant defensive technique! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Now, 2 moves have passed. As long as Ling Yun blocks 1 more move, he'll pass the test and become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. If I were Ling Yun, I'd either defend passively against Su Qi's next attack with all my might or take the initiative to attack like a storm to tire Su Qi out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had that thought in his mind, Ling Yun had already made his choice as fast as he could. He chose the latter. He stomped on the ground with both his legs, causing the ground to crack. Hideous cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. Then, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword as he soared into the sky. Clang! An even louder and more ear-piercing sound resonated. Ling Yun's sword forcefully tore through Su Qi's defensive saber technique and headed straight for Su Qi. It was as though he was going to pierce through Su Qi from the bottom to the top. Duan Lingtian realized. Su Qi's expression had turned solemn at this moment. He was no longer as casual as before. He was serious now. Bang! He lifted his leg and stomped on the saber beneath his feet, using the momentum to shoot into the sky. At this moment, the saber beneath his feet drew a perfect arc and returned to his hand steadily. Whoosh! Chapter 1395. In the blink of an eye, Su Qi turned around in the air and kicked both of his legs backward for no reason. The shockwave formed by his true energy hit the air hard. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the rolling shockwave pushed him to the ground like an arrow leaving the bow, diving down. He faced Ling Yun's sword head-on. One went up while the other went down. The sword gleam shot up first while the saber gleam followed like a shadow. They collided violently like 2 scorching suns competing for brightness in the air. Clang! Boom! The collision of the sword and saber was like 2 scorching suns stacked on top of each other before exploding. At that moment, the scorching sun's radiance spread out. There was an explosion in the air as a strong gust of wind swept in all directions. Many of the furnishings in the assembly hall were about to be blown away. At the critical moment, the heavenly leader guardian struck again and blocked the vast, rolling gust of wind. Barf! At the same time, the crowd heard the sound of someone vomiting blood. It was Ling Yun who had fallen with his sword. He knelt on one knee with his sword on the ground. His face was pale as he kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. At the same time, Su Qi landed steadily on the ground. His face was slightly flushed. It was obvious that it was caused by the rolling qi and blood in his body. However, he was not injured. The crowd was in an uproar when they saw that. They were both on the perfection mortal shedding stage, but Su Qi defeated Ling Yun, who attacked first in just 3 moves. At this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian, the other 11 people among the 13 gangsters felt their achievements were not worth mentioning at all in front of Su Qi. He's worthy of being the city governor's disciple. Many of them exclaimed secretly. Knowing Su Qi by his reputation was not as good as meeting him in person. This Su Qi's ability, I'm afraid he's already at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. He's only 1 step away from breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Su Qi. I've lost in 3 moves. Ling Yun said as he looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City bitterly after he consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered some of his injuries. Now, no one thought that the city governor of Mound Hill City had set up a test for Ling Yun. Ling Yun did not pass the test. I'll give you 1 more chance. If you can last 3 moves against Su Qi in a month's time without losing, I'll take you in as my disciple. Now go back. The city lord of Mound Hill City looked at Ling Yun and said, "Thank you, city lord." Ling Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that there was still 1 more chance. He stood up and left the meeting room quickly. He returned to the latent dragon camp to cultivate. After Ling Yun left, everyone turned to look at Su Qi. The strength that Su Qi displayed earlier was truly shocking. At this moment, Su Qi had also returned behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. His expression was as cold as before. I heard that one of the 13 Grand Guardians also came from the mortal continent? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he glanced at the remaining 13 gangsters. City Lord. Duan Lingtian stood up. City Lord, Duan Lingtian became one of the 13 Grand Guardians on the first day he arrived at the latent dragon camp. He even broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage a month ago and defeated Ho Lin, who had also broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, the heavenly leader guardian said. Ho Lin was present. His face turned grave when he heard the heavenly leader guardian's words. He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled. He would never forget the humiliation from a month ago. Duan Lingen, I'll make you regret this. I'll definitely make you regret this. Ho Lin roared in his heart as he stared at Duan Lingtian's silhouette. Mastery mortal shedding stage? Isn't he on the intermediate mortal shedding stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned when he heard the heavenly leader guardian's words. Duan Lingtian knew that his cultivation base was about to be exposed as soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that. However, he did not care. He did not steal or rob, so there was no need for him to hide. Intermediate mortal shedding stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City's words stunned everyone, including the heavenly leader guardian. The heavenly leader guardian even exclaimed softly. Subsequently, he performed his spiritual secret tactic to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. After checking the result, his expression turned extremely interesting. He's really only on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, why you're only on the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian nodded. He could sense that the heavenly leader guardian was checking his spiritual energy, so he knew that the heavenly leader guardian had also checked his cultivation base. Impossible. Right at this moment, 2 people cried out in surprise. They were Ho Lin, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian a month ago, and Zhang Jilong, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian yesterday. They had fought Duan Lingtian before, so they knew how powerful Duan Lingtian was. No matter what, they could not believe that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Master City Governor and I have checked Duan Lingtian's cultivation base using our spiritual secret tactic. His cultivation base is indeed on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The heavenly leader guardian snorted and glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong coldly. What? Are you doubting Master City Governor and my words? Do you think Master City Governor and I are old? Ho Lin wouldn't dare. Zhang Jilong wouldn't dare. Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong realized that they had lost their composure and immediately lowered their heads. At this moment, all 11 of the 13 gangsters, including Guoli, looked at Duan Ling Tian in a completely different light. A intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivator defeated Ho Lin, who was on the mastery mortal shedding stage? A few days ago, Guoli broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and defeated Ho Lin, who was also on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Then, Guoli was defeated by Zhang Jilong, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. At this moment, Jin Yuan Bao, who was ranked second among the 13 gangsters, spoke. And just yesterday, Zhang Jilong was defeated by Duan Ling Tian in just one blow. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze when he reached the end of his sentence. Yesterday, he witnessed Duan Ling Tian's attack with his own eyes. At that time, he was almost certain that Duan Ling Tian was at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage just like him. However, today, after the investigation by the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, the city governor of Mound Hill City and the heavenly leader guardian, he found out that Duan Ling Tian was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian, why your cultivation base is really only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Guoli asked in disbelief. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How about 3 months ago? What was your cultivation base when you defeated Zhang Jilong for the first time? Guoli asked again. The moment Guoli's question left her mouth, the group of people in the 13 gangsters, including the heavenly leader guardian, recalled that 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zhang Jilong before he had broken through. At that time, Duan Ling Tian did not show his overwhelming strength. He only defeated Zhang Jilong with his advantage in archery. 3 months ago, I was at the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian said. Boom. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked the crowd again. You mean, whether it was when you defeated Zhang Jilong or Li Han, you became one of the 13 gangsters. At that time, you were only at the early mortal shedding stage? Guoli sucked in a cold breath. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At that moment, most of the people present looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a monster. He was only at the early mortal shedding stage, yet he managed to become one of the 13 gangsters. He was insane. Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong are really useless. They're a disgrace to us martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. They can't even defeat a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Zheng Jian, who was ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong and mocked them in his heart. At this moment, he was even more confident in defeating Duan Ling Tian. A martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was nothing to him. At this moment, he did not seem to realize it at all. Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zhang Jilong when he was at the early mortal shedding stage. He was once recognized as the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City. Su Qi, who seemed to be bored after defeating Ling Yun, studied Duan Ling Tian with great interest when he heard about Duan Ling Tian's achievements. This genius martial cultivator who came from the mortal continent like him seemed to be extraordinary. He defeated everyone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when he was at the early mortal shedding stage. After breaking through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he defeated 2 martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage consecutively. The way the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Ling Tian changed completely. You're Duan Ling Tian, right? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you're not completely human, right? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Not completely human? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's reaction, the city governor of Mound Hill City was even more certain that he had guessed correctly. It seems like you're not completely human. One of your parents must be a saint beast, right? And a saint beast with a powerful body. Saint beast. As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, everyone shifted their gaze to Duan Ling Tian. Only the offspring of a human and a saint beast would be able to defeat opponents with a higher level like you because of their powerful bodies. A gleam of wisdom flashed through the eyes of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duanlingan, am I right? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the city governor of Mound Hill City to have such sharp eyes. After learning that he could defeat opponents with a higher level easily, the city governor of Mound Hill guessed that his powerful ability had something to do with his body. The others were shocked as well. So Duan Lingtian is the offspring of a human and a saint beast? No wonder he can defeat opponents with a higher level. It seems like he inherited the powerful body of a saint beast. Many people had fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. To put it bluntly, he's just a bastard. Zheng Jian snorted and said in disdain, he can defeat opponents with a higher level only because the opponents he encountered are trash. If it were me, I could defeat him in 2 to 3 moves. He glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Ji-long meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 1396. However, although Ho Lin and Zhang Ji-long were furious, they did not dare to do anything when they heard what Zheng Jian said. They could only endure it silently. This was because they knew they were no match for Zheng Jian. Bastard? You think you can defeat me in 2 or 3 moves? Compared to Ho Lin and Zhang Ji-long, Duan Lingtian was different. His face turned extremely gloomy when he heard what Zheng Jian said, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Just as he turned his head to look at Zheng Jian and was about to attack, a loud voice rang out. A ferocious roar could be heard. How dare you! The city governor of Mound Hill City's voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire assembly hall. At the same time, it shocked Duan Lingtian. Bang! Before Duan Lingtian could even look at the city governor of Mound Hill City, he saw Zheng Jian's body tremble in his field of vision. Then he flew out like an arrow and crashed into a pillar in the assembly hall. The pillar shook and some dust fell off. Then, Zheng Jian brushed against the pillar and fell to the ground. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and he was in a sorry state. Master City Governor! Zheng Jian knows he's wrong. Zheng Jian knows he's wrong. Zheng Jian ignored the injuries in his body and knelt on the ground in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. His body was trembling. Zheng Jian, you've got guts. How dare you be so impudent in front of the Master City Governor? The Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression was grave. You know you're wrong? What did you do wrong? The city governor of Mound Hill City scoffed. Zheng Jian shouldn't have made a ruckus in front of the Master City Governor. Zheng Jian's head was on the ground as he spoke in a trembling voice. If you do it again, you'll definitely die. The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Zheng Jian coldly and said calmly when he heard what Zheng Jian said. Although his tone was calm, the killing intent in it was obvious. Thank you, Master City Governor. Zheng Jian hurriedly thanked him and stood up. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, he looked at Duan Lingtian with even more coldness and hatred. At this moment, he was unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He did not dare to direct his anger at the city governor of Mound Hill City, so he shifted the blame to Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have angered Master City Governor. It's all your fault. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Zheng Jian roared madly in his heart. Although Duan Lingtian didn't know what Zheng Jian was thinking, he guessed that Zheng Jian wanted to kill him when he saw the murderous look in Zheng Jian's eyes. Zheng Jian. For a moment, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Duan Lingtian, you still haven't answered my question. Am I right? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Lingtian again. The coldness on his face was gone as he asked with a smile. This scene caused Zheng Jian's expression to turn even uglier. City Master, I am not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast. Duan Lingtian said truthfully. You're not? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned and said in confusion, that shouldn't be the case. If you're not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast, how do you have the ability to defeat opponents of a higher level? Or perhaps, you're a human transformed from a sacred beast? The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself. Although the city governor of Mound Hill City was mumbling to himself, it was very quiet in the meeting hall. Therefore, almost everyone present heard what he said. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention again. A human transformed from a sacred beast? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. City Master, not only am I not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast, but I'm also not a human transformed from a sacred beast. I'm a human martial cultivator through and through. Impossible. The city governor of Mound Hill City shook his head and said decisively, if you're a human martial cultivator through and through, it's impossible for you to have the ability to defeat opponents of a higher level. That's right. How's that possible? It seems like Duan Lingtian still wants to hide his identity. At this time, even if he has a silver tongue, he won't be able to hide it anymore. Many people whispered among themselves. City Master. Duan Lingtian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City and said, as far as I know, there's an item in the Dao Martial Saint Land called the Body Verification Stone. Although the Body Verification Stone can't help one fight, it can be used to verify if a person is a human transformed from a sacred beast or the offspring of a human and a sacred beast. Body Verification Stone. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. Although the Body Verification Stone is nothing special, it's still inscribed by a saint inscription master. Our city governor's estate of Mound Hill City doesn't have such an item. The moment the city governor of Mound Hill City's words left his mouth, it caused an uproar again. Duan Lingtian is really scheming. He knows that our Mound Hill City doesn't have the Body Verification Stone, but he still insists on bringing it up. I think he's doing it on purpose. Does he really think that we'll believe that he's a human just because he brought up the Body Verification Stone? Many people whispered among themselves again. This time, even Guoli could not help but look at Duan Lingtian with a hint of doubt in her eyes. After all, Duan Lingtian's ability to defeat opponents with a higher cultivation level was too exaggerated. She also did not dare to believe that Duan Lingtian was a human martial cultivator through and through. In the long history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, she had never heard of such a human martial cultivator before. Even the legendary powerhouse who had opened 81 Saint Veins only had the ability to defeat opponents with a higher cultivation level after he had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Then, there's nothing I can do. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said casually, moreover, it shouldn't affect me whether I'm a human martial cultivator or not, right? Just when most people thought that this matter was about to come to an end, Master City Governor, I heard that Old Ninth obtained a Body Verification Stone half a month ago. Initially, he wanted to auction it in the Rare Treasure Pavilion, but in the end, he didn't bring it out because he thought it wouldn't fetch a good price. The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City and said, Heavenly Hero Guardian. He has a Body Verification Stone? The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. You? Go and get the Heavenly Hero Guardian. The Heavenly Hero Guardian was the Old Ninth that the Heavenly Leader Guardian mentioned. He was ranked 9th among the 36 guardians in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. People called him the Heavenly Hero Guardian. Currently, his name was Lin Qing Rong. The Heavenly Leader Guardian responded and left. Many people began to rejoice in Duan Lingtian's misfortune. Looks like Duan Lingtian has shot himself in the foot this time. However, Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of these gloating people. His expression would not change even if Mt Tai collapsed in front of him. The city governor of Mound Hill City also noticed Duan Lingtian's calmness. He could not help but feel puzzled. Was Duan Lingtian really not afraid of being tested by the Body Verification Stone? Or was he deliberately mystifying himself so that he would not give up until the very last moment? Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, also had doubts in his eyes. Master City Governor. Soon after, the Heavenly Leader Guardian returned with a person. It was Lin Qing Rong, the Heavenly Hero Guardian who ranked 9th among the 36 guardians. Lin Qing Rong stood in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City and bowed. Heavenly Hero Guardian, I heard from the Heavenly Leader Guardian that you obtained a Body Verification Stone some time ago? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Yes, Master City Governor. Lin Qingrong nodded. Can you lend it to me? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Of course. Lin Qingrong nodded immediately. Then he lifted his hand, and a small crystal-clear stone appeared in his hand. It looked like an irregular crystal. Subsequently, he handed the small stone to the city governor of Mound Hill City. This is the body verification stone? Duan Lingtian looked at the small stone that Lin Qingrong handed to the city governor of Mound Hill City in confusion. Although he had heard about the existence of the body verification stone, he had never seen it before. It was his first time seeing it today. The body verification stone was similar to the demon revealing mirror on Cloud Continent, but it was different. As the body verification stone was handed to the city governor of Mound Hill City, apart from Lin Qingrong, the rest of them had their eyes on the body verification stone. They also wanted to see if Duan Lingtian was deliberately deceiving them earlier. At that moment, Lin Qingrong was the only one who had his eyes on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with shock. On the way to the assembly hall, he had heard from the heavenly leader guardian that Duan Lingtian was only at the early mortal shedding stage when he first brought Duan Lingtian back. Moreover, he also knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage and had defeated 2 mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators consecutively. In the beginning, he could not believe it. However, after the heavenly leader guardian said that he and the master city governor had witnessed it with their own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. Now, he knew the purpose of the master city governor borrowing the body verification stone from him was to verify if Duan Lingtian was really a pure human martial cultivator. Right at that moment, a soft sound resonated and attracted Lin Qingrong's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the city governor of Mound Hill City held the body verification stone in his hand and infused his true energy into it, causing the saint inscription on the body verification stone to flash. After the saint inscription flashed, a ripple of light rose. Not long after, a mirror-like barrier appeared in the void, reflecting a figure. The figure belonged to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's reflection in the mirror did not change at all. One must know that after the mirror barrier formed by the body verification stone appeared, the saint beast's true form would appear if it was facing a person who had transformed from a saint beast. If it was facing the offspring of a human and a saint beast, the silhouette of a saint beast would appear behind the person. However, none of these phenomena appeared. Why, you're really just a human? The city governor of Mound Hill City was the first to react. Although the body verification stone had shown its result, he still asked in shock. Is Duan Lingtian really just a human martial cultivator? Is there something wrong with the body verification stone? I don't think so. As the heavenly leader guardian, the heavenly hero guardian, and Su Qi regained their senses, the rest of the people regained their senses one after another. They could not help but lower their voices and whisper among themselves. With Zheng Jian as an example, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. What? Master City Governor, you still don't believe me at this point? Duan Lingtian did not expect the city governor of Mound Hill City to ask such a question at this point in time. Chapter 1397. The city governor of Mound Hill City felt a little awkward when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. After all, he was sure that Duan Lingtian was not a pure human martial cultivator since the beginning. Now that the truth was right in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. Duan Lingtian, can you tell me how you managed to defeat someone with a higher level than you? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Everyone, including the heavenly leader guardian and the heavenly hero guardian, immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. They were curious about that as well. Master City Governor, you're right about one thing. Duan Lingtian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City, that is, my body is indeed much stronger than an ordinary human. The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. However, the reason why my body is so strong has nothing to do with the saint beasts. It's because I had a fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath, and everyone's eyes lit up. Many of them were even greedy. However, Duan Lingtian's next words dispelled the greed that arose in their hearts. That fortuitous encounter was a strange spirit fruit. After I consumed it, I noticed that my body began to transform. After that, I went to that place many times to look for it, but I didn't find that spirit fruit again. Duan Lingtian continued. I can't believe there's such a spirit fruit in this world. It's your fortuitous encounter to be able to obtain it. The city governor of Mound Hill City exclaimed. The others agreed with him. Duan Lingtian, you've been hiding it from me for a long time. You were only an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when you came back with me. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and complained through true energy voice transmission. At that time, I don't think I said I wasn't an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, right? I don't think I said I was an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator either. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied through true energy voice transmission. Lin Qingrong was speechless. Now that he thought about it, Duan Lingtian indeed did not say he was not an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator or an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. From the very beginning, it seemed that his first impression was the strongest. Heavenly Hero Guard, I heard that you were the one who brought the Duan Lingtian back. I will remember your contribution. The city governor of Mound Hill City said to Lin Qingrong after he returned the body verification stone to him. City Lord, this is what I should do. Lin Qingrong hurriedly said. However, between his brows, there was an unconcealable joy. City Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lin Qingrong said again. You may leave. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded. After Lin Qingrong left the meeting hall regained its peace. The other 11 of the 13 gangsters were now looking at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy. To be able to find such a spirit fruit, this Duan Lingtian is ridiculously lucky. This was what most people thought. Of course, there were also people with ugly expressions. For example, Ho Lin, Zhang Jilong, and Jing Jian. Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, glanced at Duan Lingtian nonchalantly before he closed his eyes to rest. No one knew what he was thinking about. Back to the topic. It was only when the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke again that everyone's gaze shifted away from Duan Lingtian and landed on the city governor of Mound Hill City. They knew that the city governor was going to talk about something serious. It was not difficult to guess what it was about. It was nothing more than something related to the test. The city governor would select 2 to 3 people from the people who achieved excellent results in the test to become his disciples. At that moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the rest of the 13 gangsters present were looking forward to it. I'll set a test for all of you tomorrow. Tomorrow's test will be a point-based test. The 2 people with the most points will become my disciples. The city governor of Mound Hill City glanced at the 12 people including Duan Lingtian. They were the other 12 people in the 13 gangsters apart from Ling Yun. Many people's breathing quickened when they heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. I called all of you here today to inform all of you that you can choose to participate in tomorrow's test on your own or choose to work with others. Of course, you can only work with one person. The city governor of Mound Hill City continued. We can even work with others? Many people's eyes lit up at once. However, what the city governor of Mound Hill City said next made them dumbfounded. However, those who work with others have to bring a latent dragon camp member who's not one of the 13 gangsters to participate in the test. Moreover, the points that both of them obtain will be divided into 3. They'll each take 1 share and the rest will go to the latent dragon camp member who's not one of the 13 gangsters. As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that, most of them gave up on the idea. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? They did not mind working with others. However, it was difficult for them to accept the fact that they had to share their gains with a burden. At that moment, more than 90% of them decided to participate in the test on their own. Work together? When the city governor of Mound Hill City said that they could work with others to participate in the test, Guo Li's gaze immediately fell on Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. If she worked with Duan Lingtian, her chances would definitely be higher. However, When the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, she looked away in disappointment. She knew that Duan Lingtian would definitely not reject her if she insisted. However, could she be so selfish? It would be fine if she only worked with Duan Lingtian and shared the points equally. However, if she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, she would have to bring a burden with her. That was not all. Most importantly, they would have to share the points equally with the burden. Each of them would only get 1/3 of the total points. Guoli, let's work together. Just when Guoli was ready to face the test alone, a voice entered her ears clearly, causing her body to tremble. Subsequently, she looked at the purple-clad young man who was smiling at her. It was Duan Lingtian whom she had been staring at earlier. The true energy voice transmission earlier was from Duan Lingtian. Guoli snapped back to her senses after a moment of shock. Duan Lingtian, I know you mean well. However, I can't drag you down. Guoli smiled wryly. Drag me down? Duan Lingtian smiled. If Guoli knew that he was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City at all, he wondered what kind of expression she would have. Although Guoli had rejected his request, Duan Lingtian did not give up just like that. If that's the case, then I'll forfeit and not participate in the test set by Master City Governor. Duan Lingtian said to Guoli through true energy voice transmission. Guoli was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's childish words. Duan Lingtian, stop joking. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. As time went by, Guoli realized that Duan Lingtian was not joking. In the end, she could only compromise and choose to work with Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian forfeited because of this, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Of course, she knew that Duan Lingtian did everything to help her. Her heart was filled with gratitude. After the city governor of Mound Hill City left with Su Qi, Duan Lingtian and the rest returned to the latent dragon camp. As for the heavenly leader guardian, he had disappeared when Duan Lingtian and the rest left the meeting hall. No one knew where he went. However, Duan Lingtian and the rest did not care about the heavenly leader guardian's departure. The heavenly leader guardian was famous for being elusive. Therefore, they were used to it. Duan Lingtian, if the two of us are working together, we'll need a third person. Guoli said to Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission on the way. All right. Chapter 1398. You've got a candidate? Guoli was stunned. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. It seemed like he was being impulsive when he decided to work with Guoli, but he had actually thought it through. He was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. He only wanted to help Guoli. Naturally, he only treated Guoli as a normal friend. He had no other intentions. The reason he did that was because of Guoli's reminder. It was Guoli's reminder when he first met her and didn't know her. Although he did not manage to escape because of Guoli's reminder, subconsciously he always felt that he owed Guoli a favor. This time, he was going with the flow to return the favor. Naturally, he had to make Guoli the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City to return the favor. Who? Guoli asked curiously. Zhu Lang. Duan Lingtian smiled. In the latent dragon camp, he was only close to Guoli. Among the others, Zhu Lang was the only one he was close to. But if we work together and bring Zhu Lang along, the points we'll get will be counted as the team's points, and we'll have to split them into 3. Guoli said with a frown, isn't that too much of a loss? Do you think you'll have a higher chance of passing the test alone, or do you think you'll have a higher chance of winning if you work with me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Of course, I'll have a higher chance of winning if I work with you. However, it'll be too much of a loss for you. Guoli smiled wryly. As long as you think you'll have a higher chance of winning if you work with me, don't worry about me. Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian and Guoli were communicating through true energy voice transmission as they walked in front. The others could not hear what they were talking about at all. However, behind them, someone was staring at Duan Lingtian's back with hatred. Zhang Ji Long gritted his teeth as he stared at Duan Lingtian's back. Yesterday, he had been seriously injured by Duan Lingtian, and his injuries were only half healed. Even if he were to recover tomorrow, he would not be able to fully recover. When he thought about how he had to drag his injured body to participate in such an important test because of Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel an evil fire rising in his heart. He hated it. I hate Duan Lingtian. He couldn't wait to grind Duan Lingtian's bones to dust. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zhang Jilong's hateful gaze, but he didn't care. He was just a loser. After returning to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian went to look for Zhu Lang and told him about his collaboration with Guoli. He also planned to bring him along to participate in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city lord is recruiting disciples? Zhu Lang's eyes lit up. Although he knew it was impossible for him to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he was still very interested in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian, this test won't be dangerous, right? In the end, Zhu Lang thought of this and asked cautiously. I don't know if it'll be dangerous or not for now. After all, until now, the rest of the 13 gangsters and I don't know what the test tomorrow is. Duan Lingtian answered honestly. Zhu Lang frowned when he heard this. Think about it. If you're not willing, I'll just find someone else. I heard from the city governor that the points obtained in the test tomorrow can be exchanged for merit points. Duan Lingtian said, 1 point can be exchanged for 100 merit points. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 merit points? Zhu Lang's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he was shocked. He knew very well what merit points were. It was something that could be used to borrow Saint-grade martial tactics and even purchase human-rank prominent Saint weapons and Saint-grade pills in the city governor's estate. It was the currency in the city governor's estate. Duan Lingtian, I'm willing. I'm willing. Zhu Lang panicked when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to turn around and leave. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would really look for someone else. He knew very well that this was a rare opportunity for him. All right, see you tomorrow. Duan Lingtian nodded at Zhu Lang and greeted him before he returned to cottage number 6. There was nothing much for him to prepare for the test tomorrow. Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and continued to cultivate the Aerolite Strike, the offensive technique in the colossal Aerolite Arrow. Currently, the Aerolite Strike was not far from breaking through to the next level. Below the high platform in the latent dragon camp. Hu Jie, did your distant cousin ask you to participate in the test tomorrow? Zhu Lang asked with a smile as he looked at Hu Jie. Test? Hu Jie frowned. What test? Didn't your distant cousin from New South Town tell you about it? Zhu Lang said in surprise. Tomorrow, the city governor will set a test to pick 2 disciples from the 13 gangsters. For this test, any 2 of the 13 gangsters can work together, but they have to bring along an ordinary latent dragon camp member. Duan Lingtian and Guoli are working together, and they invited me to join them. By then, I'll get 1/3 of the points in each group. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 merit points. A bright smile appeared on Zhu Lang's face as he spoke. His eyes were filled with pride. Hu Jie's face turned gloomy. At this moment, if he did not know that Zhu Lang was showing off in front of him, he would have lived his life in vain. However, he could not say anything in the face of Zhu Lang's boasting. I'll ask my cousin Zheng Jian. Hu Jie scoffed as he jumped up the high platform and went to cottage number 5 to look for Zheng Jian. Seeing this, the smile on Zhu Lang's face became even brighter. He felt exhilarated and proud. Since he had achieved his goal, he returned to his dilapidated cottage and began to cultivate seriously. In cottage number 5, Zheng Jian opened the door and walked out. He frowned when he saw the person outside. Fujie, why are you looking for me? Cousin Zheng Jian, I heard that the city governor is going to set a test to pick disciples tomorrow. Hu Jie asked with a flattering smile on his face. Zheng Jian nodded faintly. He did not seem to care much about this distant cousin of his. Cousin Zheng Jian, I heard that you're going to bring along a latent dragon camp member to work with you. That latent dragon camp member will get a certain amount of points that can be exchanged for a large number of merit points, right? Hu Jie asked with anticipation. Who told you that? Zheng Jian frowned and asked in a deep voice. I heard it from Zhu Lang. Duan Lingtian is going to work with Guo Li, and he's going to bring him along. Hu Jie said with jealousy. Duan Lingtian wants to work with Guo Li? Zheng Jian's face darkened immediately as a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. It seems like that Duan Lingtian has no confidence in himself at all. As expected, he's a piece of trash. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's decision was purely self-abandoning. Although Guo Li was also a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator and was very powerful when she joined forces with Duan Lingtian, she was not as powerful as Duan Lingtian after all. Moreover, they would have to bring along a burden and share the points with that burden. At that time, the points that Duan Lingtian would obtain would definitely not be as many as he would obtain alone. Therefore, he felt that Duan Lingtian had no confidence in himself and had made such a decision to please Guo Li. Hu Jie did not understand Zheng Jian's words at all. Cousin, why do you say that? Oomph. Zheng Jian snorted coldly. In tomorrow's test, Master City Governor will take in the 2 people with the most points as his disciples. As long as they're confident in their own strength, they won't work with anyone else. It's fine if they don't bring along a burden and share the points with the burden. Now, not only do they have to bring along a burden, but they have to share the points with the burden as well. Only a fool would work with someone else, Zheng Jian said. Hu Jie nodded. When he heard Zheng Jian's words, Hu Jie was stunned. It seemed to make sense. He asked himself if he was in Zheng Jian's position, he would not work with anyone as well. What a joke. It was already a headache to bring along a burden. Why would they have to share the points with the burden? I see. However, that Zhu Lang is really lucky. Even if Duan Lingtian and Guo Li don't become Master City Governor's disciples in the end, I'm sure they'll obtain a lot of points. When Hu Jie reached the end of his sentence, his face turned completely gloomy. At that time, Zhu Lang will get 1/3 of the points. He and Zhu Lang had been fighting openly and secretly since they were in Wind Rain Town. Now that they had arrived at the Latent Dragon camp, naturally, he did not want Zhu Lang to step on his head. Therefore, his heart was filled with jealousy toward Zhu Lang. He'll have to be alive to obtain the points. Zheng Jian smirked. As long as I have the chance in tomorrow's test, I'll kill that Duan Lingtian. Zhu Lang is your enemy, so I'll take care of him along the way. Thank you, cousin. Hu Jie smiled when he heard Zheng Jian's words. The jealousy he had toward Zhu Lang in his heart disappeared. Zhu Lang, even if you're alive to obtain the points this time, you won't be alive to exchange them for merit points. Hu Jie thought to himself coldly. A day passed in just a blink of an eye. The next morning, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, appeared again. At once, apart from Ling Yun, the leader of the 13 gangsters, the other 13 gangsters left the wooden house and bowed at the Heavenly Leader Guardian respectfully. Let's go. The Heavenly Leader Guardian ordered, and 12 of the 13 gangsters followed him. Zhu Lang followed them after being reminded by Duan Lingtian. The Heavenly Leader Guardian and many others were stunned when Zhu Lang followed them. They did not know why he followed them. Duan Lingtian asked me to come. Zhu Lang said timidly under the Heavenly Leader Guardian's gaze. Duan Lingtian? At that moment, not only the Heavenly Leader Guardian, but everyone else also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is going to bring a member of the Latent Dragon camp to participate in the test set by the city governor? Is he going to find someone to work with? Is he crazy? Finding someone to work with is equivalent to finding a burden for himself, and he'll have to share the points with the burden. Chapter 1399. Everyone, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian, guessed the reason why Duan Lingtian asked Zhu Lang to leave the Latent Dragon camp. Duan Lingtian, do you really plan to work with someone else to participate in the test set by Master City Governor? The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a frown. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Heavenly Leader Guardian wanted to say that Duan Lingtian was foolish, but he did not say it in front of so many people. Instead, he said through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, you're foolish. With your ability, it's not impossible for you to become Master City Governor's disciple if you participate in the test alone. However, you're destroying your own future by working with someone else. The Heavenly Leader Guardian's tone was filled with disappointment when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything. What should he say at this moment? Should he say that he was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City? If he said that, he would definitely cause a public uproar. He did not doubt that at all. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you and Guali are the only ones who chose to work together. In that case, I'll congratulate you and Guali for getting first place together and becoming Master City Governor's disciple together. Just as many people were discussing among themselves, a loud voice resonated in the air, causing everyone to fall silent as they looked at the source of the voice. At once, everyone realized that the person who spoke was Jing Jian, who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters. Many people were shocked. As it turned out, the person who was working with Duan Lingtian was Guali. Although Jing Jian was congratulating Duan Lingtian, anyone with eyes and ears could tell Jing Jian was gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. Thank you for your kind words. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice the gloating in Jing Jian's tone as he replied nonchalantly. This caused Jing Jian to ask for a snub. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. When Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong learned that Duan Lingtian wanted to work with Guali, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. They felt that Duan Lingtian was shooting himself in the foot. Duan Lingtian, you're too impulsive. Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters, could not help but speak to Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission. With your ability, if you don't work with Guali, it shouldn't be difficult for you to become Master City Governor's disciple. But you, before Jin Yuan Bao could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted Jin's words was Duan Lingtian's. He wanted Duan Lingtian's disciples was Duan Lingtian nu was Duan Lingtian was asking for himself was 4? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jin Yuan Bao shook his head and did not say anything else. Soon, the Heavenly Leader Guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the rest to the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city governor of Mound Hill City was alone. As for his disciple, Su Qi, he was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that he did not come with the city governor of Mound Hill City. The test is outside the city? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he turned around and glanced at the Mound Hill City that was sprawled out like a giant beast. He and the other 12 people were brought here by the Heavenly Leader Guardian to meet the city governor of Mound Hill City. Since they were out of the city, the test was most likely set outside of Mound Hill City. On this point, he was almost certain. Let's go. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the rest, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian, stepped into the air under the city governor of Mound Hill City's order. They followed behind the city governor of Mound Hill City and flew into the distance. They were not allowed to fly in Mound Hill City. Now that they had left Mound Hill City, the Latent Dragon Camp members felt like they were free to do whatever they wanted. Where are we going? After flying north for 15 minutes, they still had not arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with doubts. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling puzzled, the city governor of Mound Hill City's voice was heard. We're here. We're here? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He looked around and realized that he had arrived above a mountain range. Is the test going to be held here? The city governor of Mound Hill City's action of descending from the sky answered Duan Lingtian's question. At that moment, the rest of the people reacted as well. We're here. No way. Is the test going to be held in this godforsaken place? I wonder what kind of test it will be. Amid the discussion, the group of people followed the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian and the rest followed behind the city governor of Mound Hill City until they landed outside the exit of a valley. Duan Lingtian noticed that apart from the exit in the sky, there was only one other exit in the valley when he looked at it from the outside. The other exit was the valley's exit in front of them. When he took a closer look, Duan Lingtian could see 2 middle-aged men in silver armor guarding the valley's exit in front of them. The 2 of them were dressed almost exactly the same as the Latent Dragon Camp's supervisor, The Heavenly Harm Guardian. This kind of silver armor. Could it be one of the 36 personal guards? Duan Lingtian guessed to himself. Master City Governor. While Duan Lingtian was still guessing, the two middle-aged men in silver armor at the valley's exit took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Master City Governor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard two more voices coming from the sky. He lifted his head and saw two other silhouettes in silver armor standing in the sky. They bowed respectfully to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian looked at the Heavenly Leader Guardian and noticed that the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression had changed slightly. It seems like these four people are really from the 36 Guardians. I wonder which Guardian they are from. Also, what's the secret of the valley that the four Guardians are guarding? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with curiosity. There were four people guarding the valley in front of him. However, there was no one in the sky above the valley. This was something that he had just discovered. Also, the group of US didn't get close to the sky above the valley earlier. Could it be that there's a flight prohibiting formation set up in the valley as well? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate secretly when he thought about it. It was the city governor of Mound Hill City who brought them to land outside the valley. If they wanted to enter the valley, why didn't they just enter from the sky? Moreover, there were four people who seemed to be from the 36 Guardians guarding the valley's exit. Bush, 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 bush. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he heard a series of whistling sounds coming from behind him. His expression changed. City Governor. He only reacted when he heard a series of deafening voices in unison. At the same time, he looked in the direction where the voices came from. More than 10 people in silver armor appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. These people were either middle-aged men or young men. Their appearance did not only shock Duan Lingtian, but it also shocked the rest of the 13 gangsters and Zhu Lang. They're all from the 36 Guardians? Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. He could tell. The silver armor worn by these 10-odd people was exactly the same as the silver armor worn by the four people guarding outside the valley. It was also exactly the same as the armor worn by the steward of the latent dragon camp, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. You don't seem to be from the 13 Guardians? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he looked at Zhu Lang. Greetings, Master City Governor. Zhu Lang seemed a little awkward in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. I'm a member of the latent dragon camp invited by Duan Lingtian and Guoli. They plan to work together and bring me along. Work together? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Lingtian immediately when he heard Zhu Lang's words. A complicated gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. His thoughts were similar to the others. They all thought Duan Lingtian was asking for trouble. However, the city governor of Mound Hill City quickly recovered and looked at Duan Lingtian and the others. This valley is where you'll be taking the test. There's a flight prohibiting formation set up inside. Therefore, you can't fly inside. I knew it. The city governor of Mound Hill City's first sentence confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculation. Right now, there's a group of ferocious bandits in this valley. These bandits were caught by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, but we haven't had the time to deal with them yet. The city governor of Mound Hill City said, Today, they're your prey. You can obtain the corresponding points by killing them. The points obtained by killing bandits with different cultivation bases are different. For example, you'll only get 1 point for killing a bandit on the early mortal shedding stage. You'll get 3 points for killing a bandit on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. You'll get 7 points for killing a bandit on the mastery mortal shedding stage. You'll get 20 points for killing a bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage. The city governor of Mound Hill City finished in one breath. There was an uproar when they heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. There's bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage? Many of them looked gloomy as their hearts pounded. Some of them even had the thought of retreating. A bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage is worth so many points? Duan Lingtian was also shocked. Killing a bandit on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage was almost equivalent to killing 3 bandits on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At that moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the rest of them did not look too good. It was not difficult for him to guess the reason. They were worried about the danger. After all, there was a powerful bandit whose cultivation base was on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage in the valley. If they encountered him, would they not be dead meat? Each of you and each group will be followed by one of the 36 guardians under my command. They'll follow you and record the points you've obtained. The city governor of Mound Hill City seemed to have seen through the crowd's worries, so he continued, apart from recording your points, they'll also ensure your safety. Once they attack, those who are saved will also be eliminated. However, the points you've obtained before are still valid. Now go. The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the entrance of the valley in front of him after he finished speaking. Remember, this is the only exit of the valley that's set up with the flight prohibiting formation. Let's go. Chapter 1400. Seeing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 enter the canyon, 2 middle-aged men in silver armor followed them in. The others snapped back to their senses. With the 36 guardians protecting him in the dark, he's safe. At this moment, they no longer had any concerns. A cold gleam flashed in Zheng Jian's eyes as he flew into the canyon as well. He thought to himself, Duanlingen, you're lucky. He knew that with the 36 guardians in the dark, it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian during the test. After Zheng Jian entered, a middle-aged man in silver armor followed him as well. After knowing that there was no danger, the others entered the canyon one after another. After Duan Lingtian entered the canyon, he lifted his head and looked around. He noticed that the canyon was surrounded by cliffs. It was almost impossible to climb out without being able to fly. In such an environment, with the flight-prohibiting formation, it's impossible for those bandits to escape. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why there were no guards in the other parts of the canyon. They were not worried that the bandits would escape. There was only one exit in the entire canyon, and it was personally guarded by a few of the 36 guardians. The bandits did not dare to barge in at all. Moreover, with the addition of the city governor of Mound Hill City and the leader of the 36 guardians, the heavenly leader guardian, the entire canyon was like an iron bucket that was airtight. The group of bandits had completely become Duan Lingtian and the others' prey. Of course, whether they could kill the prey depended on whether the hunters had the ability to do so. This canyon doesn't look big from the outside, but it's not small when we're inside. Duan Lingtian, Guali, and Zhu Lang shuttled through the forest. He mumbled, "The canyon is covered with trees, so those bandits might have found a place to hide. I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort to find them. Let's take turns to investigate with our spiritual energy," Guali suggested. Investigate with our spiritual energy? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Guali's suggestion. He seemed to have thought of something, but he rejected Guali's suggestion. There's no need for that. There's no need for that? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Guali and Zhu Lang. Then they noticed that Duan Lingtian had slowed down and stopped. Seeing this, they all stopped as well. While they were still in a daze, they saw Duan Lingtian leaping onto a big tree at the side. At the same time, he called out to them, "Guali, Zhu Lang, come up here." Guali and Zhu Lang followed suit. "The higher you stand, the further you can see." Duan Lingtian, "That's a good idea." Zhu Lang smiled. "Although we can see quite far by moving through the trees in the valley, if the bandits hide in the forest on the ground and hide under the trees, it'll be extremely difficult for us to discover them," Guali said with a frown. Ush, ush, ush. However, just as she finished speaking, she realized that Duan Lingtian had already moved. He leaped onto another tree and shuttled through the treetops like an agile monkey. "Let's follow them," Zhu Lang said and followed him. When Guali saw this, she could only smile wryly and followed him. She suspected that Duan Lingtian did not hear what she said at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not hear what Guali said. His attention was completely drawn to the front. Ush, ush, ush. As he shuttled through the trees, the sun-shooting bow landed in Duan Lingtian's hands. He looked straight ahead. In his left eye, the black vortex in his pupil slowly turned. Strange pupil. In an instant, the vision in his left eye was extremely clear. Every tree, trunk, and leaf fell into his eyes, and they were clearly separated. After shuttling through the trees for more than 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. With a raise of his hand, his true qi condensed into an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. With a shake of the bowstring, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring back a little. Even though Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage and his strength was on par with the mastery mortal shedding stage, he could not pull the bowstring of the 5-clawed devil dragon's tendon much. Guo Li and Zhu Lang, who were following closely behind, saw Duan Lingtian knocking the arrow. Their hearts skipped a beat. Did he find the target? Clang. Just when they noticed it, the true qi arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand left the sun-shooting bow in an instant. It turned into an arrow mark and disappeared into the air. At the same time, a figure that was 100 meters away collapsed with a loud bang. The one who fell was a middle-aged man with a dusty face. There was a bloody hole in his head, and blood was still flowing out from it. He was no longer breathing. He could not be any more dead. When the middle-aged man collapsed, the other 2 middle-aged men nearby had a drastic change of expression. The people from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City are here. At that moment, the 2 of them panicked and performed their movement techniques in an attempt to hide. Just when the 2 of them moved, another true qi arrow pierced through the air and killed one of them. The other person was still alive and was hiding behind a tree. The trunk of the tree was so thick that it would take 2 grown men to wrap their arms around it. What a terrifying archer! The middle-aged man who was hiding behind the tree panted heavily. His expression was terrible. In the blink of an eye, his 2 companions were killed. From the beginning until the end, he only saw 2 arrow marks flashing by. Did the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City throw us into this valley just to toy with us? The middle-aged man's face was filled with rage. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated. His eyes were bloodshot, but there was a hint of helplessness in the depths of his eyes. Another piercing sound that was short-lived was heard. It made the middle-aged man's expression change drastically, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! In the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he lowered his head, he realized that his abdomen had been pierced. Subsequently, his consciousness became blurry and erratic. At the same time, a purple figure appeared next to the tree and looked coldly at the middle-aged man who was swaying. However, the middle-aged man did not seem to notice him. At this moment, Guo Li and Zhu Lang had arrived as well. They were stunned when they saw the scene before them. Oh God! Duan Lingtian had shot 3 arrows, and he had killed 2 bandits and severely injured one of them? Moreover, the bandit behind him was hiding behind a tree that would take 2 grown men to wrap their arms around it. This is a hemlock tree. Zhu Lang sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized the tree in front of him immediately. It was a big tree with a hole in its thick trunk. The hemlock tree was a unique tree in the Dao Martial Saint land. This kind of tree was extremely tough. An ordinary intermediate mortal shedding stage martial artist would not be able to pierce through the tree in front of them with just 1 arrow. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. Not only did he pierce through the tree, but he also severely injured the middle-aged man who was hiding behind it. The middle-aged man struggled for a while before he finally collapsed and died. How many points are these 3 bandits worth? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as though he was asking someone. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the 2 middle-aged men in silver armor who had followed the 3 of them in appeared like ghosts. 2 early mortal shedding stage and 1 intermediate mortal shedding stage. They're worth a total of 5 points. One of the middle-aged men said expressionlessly, "Only 5 points?" Duan Lingtian frowned. He leaped into the air again and landed on the tree beside him before he continued to move through the trees. Guo Li and Zhu Lang followed him. He seems to be that Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man who spoke expressionlessly left a mark on the 3 dead bandits after Duan Lingtian and the other 2 left. Then he followed them again. He's indeed a good seedling. No wonder Lord City Governor and Big Brother value him so much. The other middle-aged man followed as well. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already moved through the trees not far away and followed Duan Lingtian and the other 2 from afar. Apart from recording the results, their duty was to protect Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Therefore, they would not allow Duan Lingtian and the other 2 to leave their sight. With the strange pupil, Duan Lingtian always took the initiative to kill the bandits who did not have time to react. He would leave corpses for the people who followed behind him. We're just taking advantage of Duan Lingtian by following him. Guoli and Zhu Lang, who were following behind Duan Lingtian, looked at each other and smiled wryly. They had not made a move since they entered the valley. However, many bandits had died in front of them, but they were all killed by Duan Lingtian. Damn it! Why are there corpses everywhere? Not far behind, Zheng Jian was coincidentally following Duan Lingtian and the other 2 in a straight line. He moved forward cautiously, but all he saw were corpses. For a moment he felt that something was amiss. We have to change directions. At this moment, he finally came to his senses and changed directions to continue moving forward. Not long after, he finally encountered a bandit. This bandit was very weak, at least in front of him. He was killed in an instant. The early stage of the immortal shedding stage is only 1 point. Zheng Jian frowned and continued on his way. At the same time, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other 2, as well as Zheng Jian, the other 10 people were searching the entire valley. One by one, the bandits died in their hands. No matter how big the valley was, there was an end to it. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were the first to arrive at the forest in the middle of the valley. Duan Lingtian's strange pupil suddenly narrowed. He saw another bandit appear in his left eye's field of vision. This bandit was standing there, waiting for something. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he shot out another arrow. The arrow pierced through the air at an astonishing speed. Not good. Chapter 1401. In the blink of an eye, the bandit noticed Duan Lingtian's arrow in time. He lowered his head and rolled away awkwardly. However, he managed to dodge Duan Lingtian's true chi arrow by a hair's breadth. A few strands of hair fluttered in the air. Late-stage mortal shedding realm. Seeing that the bandit dodged the arrow, Duan Lingtian was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes lit up. In an instant he shot another arrow. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian leaped and shot out with the arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the bandit, who stood up awkwardly after rolling away and landed steadily. At this time, the bandit also noticed Duan Lingtian. His expression changed drastically. Were you the one who shot me in the back just now? Late-stage mortal shedding realm, 7 points. Duan Lingtian looked at the bandit like a hunter who saw his prey. His eyes were shining like 2 bright stars in the night sky. How dare you ignore me, kid? You're courting death. As a late-stage mortal shedding realm existence, the bandit had an unusual arrogance. Seeing that Duan Lingtian dared to ignore him, he was instantly enraged. Bang! He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Then he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. A large saber appeared in his hand. The true energy on the saber raged as the saber ray skyrocketed. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic saber that was 10 feet long as it slashed down toward Duan Lingtian's head. It was as though it wanted to slash Duan Lingtian into 2. As the saber fell, the bandit sneered as if he had already seen the scene of the purple-clothed young man in front of him being cut in half. Facing the bandit's saber, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. Body and arrow synchronization. Another arrow was shot. Duan Lingtian, who was stepping on the arrow, barely dodged the bandit's saber. In an instant, he was not far from the bandit's side. Shooting star arrow hail. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian shot an arrow. By the time the bandit's expression changed and he realized what was going on, the rain of arrows was already whistling down from the sky. It was like a meteor shower. In the face of the rain of arrows that swept through the sky, the bandits did not dare to be negligent. With a raise of their hands, the sabers in their hands swiftly swept out, blocking the rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Meteor strike. Just as the criminals were fending off the rain of arrows and trying to escape, Duan Lingtian struck again. Only one arrow pierced through the bandit's forehead, killing him. As long as the martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage were not at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Duan Lingtian. They were not worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian, this bandit actually dodged your arrow. At this moment, Zhu Lang, who caught up with him, said in surprise. One must know that almost all the bandits they encountered along the way were killed by Duan Lingtian with just one arrow. Right now, this was the first bandit who managed to dodge Duan Lingtian's arrow. He's a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian smiled. Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At this moment, whether it was Zhu Lang or Guo Li who caught up with him, their eyes lit up. This was the first bandit at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage that they encountered. Including this, we seem to have 39 points now. Zhu Lang had excitement written all over his face. Even if the three of them shared the points equally, he would still have 13 points. 13 points would be equivalent to 1,300 merit points in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian leaped into the air again and continued his journey by accumulating energy on the trees. However, although Sun Gu and Jing Jian each killed a bandit at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, they were also injured quite badly. The people from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City are just SOSO. Along with a mocking laugh, a figure was sent flying with a bang before crashing hard on the ground. He was in a sorry state as blood gushed out of his mouth. Zhang Jilong's expression was extremely terrible as he looked at the bandit at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage who was walking toward him with a murderous look on his face. Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, even if I couldn't defeat him, I could have at least tied with him. Zhang Jilong gritted his teeth as he faced the bandit who wanted to kill him. However, he did not hate the bandit in front of him now. Instead, he hated Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian had not injured him severely the day before yesterday, causing him to drag his injured body to participate in the test today, he would not have ended up like this. Just as the bandit was about to kill Zhang Jilong, a silver figure appeared. The 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, when the bandit saw the young man in silver armor in front of him, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around as if he wanted to escape. Right now, he only had one thought left in his mind. Run as far away as possible. However, could he escape? The young man in silver armor disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already blocking the bandit's path. Before the bandit could beg for mercy, he was already killed. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. You're eliminated. After killing the bandit, the young man in silver armor glanced at Zhang Jilong indifferently and said. Zhang Jilong stood up with a gloomy expression. He turned around and walked back the way he came. He knew that he was not destined to be the city governor of Mound Hill City. He was not destined to be the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. 12 points. Thinking about the points he had obtained, Zhang Jilong's mood became even more gloomy. Just as Zhang Jilong was eliminated. In another place, Ho Lin was also severely injured by a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage bandit. Fortunately, one of the 36 guardians who was protecting him intervened and saved his life. However, he was also eliminated. When Zhang Jilong and Ho Lin walked out of the valley, they realized that 4 people had already been eliminated before them. These 4 people were the 4 people who ranked at the bottom of the 13 gangsters. However, these 4 people were only martial cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After realizing this, both of their faces turned slightly pale. Damn it! That Duan Lingtian hasn't come out yet? Seeing that Duan Lingtian had not been eliminated, both of them were upset. Although they could not wait for Duan Lingtian to die in there, they knew that the 36 guardians were the 36 guardians. However, they knew that with the protection of the 36 guardians, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to die inside. At this moment, they could only hope that Duan Lingtian would be eliminated as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Just when Duan Lingtian and the other two almost reached the end of the valley, the other 4 people also reached the end of the valley one after another and saw each other. Duan Lingtian, Guoli. 4 pairs of eyes fell on Duan Lingtian and Guoli at the same time. As for Zhu Lang, who was next to them, he was completely ignored. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to make it this far. I thought you'd be eliminated halfway. Zheng Jian mocked with a fake smile. My luck has always been good. There's nothing unexpected about it. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zheng Jian indifferently. You, on the other hand, really surprised me by being able to make it this far. Zheng Jian snorted softly and looked at Guoli, who was next to Duan Lingtian. Sister Gua, you should have cooperated with me. Along the way, you didn't get many points from cooperating with Duan Lingtian, right? As he spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile. Duan Lingtian did not say anything when he heard Zheng Jian's words. On the other hand, Zhu Lang, who was next to Duan Lingtian and Guoli, almost laughed out loud. He did not get many points from cooperating with Duan Lingtian? Ha! Just when Guoli's expression darkened and she was about to say something, a burst of wild laughter came from the depths of the valley. It was getting closer and closer. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. There were a few scars on his face that made him look ferocious. The fact that you're able to make it here means that you're quite strong. Unfortunately, you're destined to die here today. Chapter 1402. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Activating his divine eye, he immediately detected the cultivation base of the gray-clad middle-aged man with a ferocious face. His opponent was a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouse. He's a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit. Looking at the gray-clad middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian had a hint of fear in his eyes. Let's see if you have the ability to kill us here. Zheng Jian sneered. At this moment, Zheng Jian's eyes were fixed on the gray-clad middle-aged man. He did not notice that Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao's expressions had turned solemn as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even Sun Gu, after seeing the expressions of Xiong Quan and the other man, paused his restless figure. I'll show you soon. The gray-clad middle-aged man grinned. Then, without any movement, he disappeared like a gust of wind. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zheng Jian. That's fast. His speed was so fast that it caused everyone's expressions to change. A small whirlpool appeared in his left pupil as he activated his strange pupil. After capturing the gray-clad middle-aged man's movement, Duan Lingtian felt that half of his spiritual power had been depleted. The spiritual power he had consumed at this moment was almost comparable to the spiritual power he had consumed along the way. Is this the speed of a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Not only did the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage have many saint veins, but their sea of qi was also ridiculously huge. The amount of true qi it contained was incomparable to those on the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage, let alone those on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding Stage. The genuine energy of a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivator swept out from his body. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his speed, it had reached a terrifying level. Duan Lingtian had noticed this when Ling Yun fought with Su Qi yesterday. This Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit's ability is probably above Ling Yun's. Duan Lingtian came to a shocking conclusion after comparing this bandit with Ling Yun, who was ranked first among the 13 gangsters. If it was him in the past, he might not be able to tell the difference. However, now that he possessed the strange pupils, he was able to easily discover this by activating his strange pupils. Zheng Jian's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that as soon as the gray-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, the man had already arrived in front of him. Perfection mortal shedding stage. At this moment, he had also guessed the other party's cultivation level, and his face was filled with fear. In an instant, the true chi under his feet surged, and he planned to use a movement technique to escape. However, when he moved, he discovered that his opponent's hand enveloped him like a palm leaf fan. It was so fast that he was simply unable to dodge in time. At this moment, Zheng Jian's face was filled with despair. Bang! A loud noise was heard, followed by a wave of qi that made everyone's robes flutter. In the next moment, everyone saw. A silver figure appeared in front of Zheng Jian. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. He blocked the palm of the middle-aged man in gray. One of the 36 personal guards following behind Zheng Jian finally appeared at the crucial moment and saved Zheng Jian's life. The gray-clad middle-aged man shuddered as he looked at the silver-armored middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. The 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? Didn't the city governor's office of Mound Hill City order us to deal with the people who entered the valley? Why did you interfere? It's your business to deal with them. It's my business to protect them. Master City Governor said that as long as you can eliminate all of them, he'll let you live. The silver-armored middle-aged man glanced at the gray-clad middle-aged man indifferently before he looked at Zheng Jian. You're eliminated. Zheng Jian's expression was grave, but there was nothing he could do. He could only turn around and leave with the silver-armored middle-aged man. When he left, he did not forget to turn around and glare at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Using me as a touchstone? At this moment, the gray-clad middle-aged man finally realized that the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was using him as a touchstone. The few of you must be from the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, right? The gray-clad middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others. I can guess even if you don't tell me. The gray-clad middle-aged man snorted coldly and continued, although I can't kill you, none of you will pass this test in my hands. I'll eliminate all of you. Confidence shone in the gray-clad middle-aged man's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Jin Yuan Bao's expression changed when he heard the gray-clad middle-aged man's words. He shouted loudly, everyone, we can only join forces. At this moment, whether it was Jin Yuan Bao, Xiong Hu, or Sun Ge, all of them had confirmed that the gray-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. None of them was a match for a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse. They would only stand a chance if they joined forces. Join forces? The gray-clad middle-aged man could not help but scoff when he heard Jin Yuan Bao's words. Then he disappeared before Xiong Hu, Jin Yuan Bao, Sun Ge, Guo Li, and Zhu Lang's eyes again. Duan Lingtan activated his strange pupil and managed to catch a glimpse of the gray-clad middle-aged man's silhouette. In just a blink of an eye, the gray-clad middle-aged man arrived in front of Jin Yuan Bao and slammed his palm out. Boom! The Saint Weapon Glove's true energy skyrocketed and transformed into a solid palm print that was about to land on Jin Yuan Bao. Bang! Another silver-armored middle-aged man appeared and blocked the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm. He was one of the 36 guardians. Eliminated. The silver-armored middle-aged man looked at Jin Yuan Bao and said coolly. Jin Yuan Bao smiled wryly and helplessly. His opponent was so fast that he could not react in time. Although he knew that a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse was powerful, he did not expect him to be this powerful. In just a blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. Eliminated. Eliminated. After Jin Yuan Bao was eliminated, a few more cold voices were heard. Zhu Lang, Guo Li, Sun Ge, and Xiong Hu were eliminated one after another. Among the four of them, only Xiong Hu lasted until the second move before he was eliminated. He's so fast. Xiong Hu was the last one to leave. Humph. At the same time, the middle-aged man in gray who was enraged by Duan Lingtian's provocation could no longer hold himself back. He snorted coldly and shot out as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that a short-lived piercing sound could be heard in the air. His target was Duan Lingtian. Faced with the menacing middle-aged man in gray, Duan Lingtian's right eye could not capture the slightest trace. However, the middle-aged man's figure appeared clearly in his left eye. In just a blink of an eye, his left eye saw the middle-aged man in gray had arrived in front of him. Boom! The moment the middle-aged man in gray arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, the true energy in his palm, which he had long accumulated, suddenly pressed down on Duan Lingtian like a five-fingered mountain. Seeing that the middle-aged man in gray's palm was only inches away from Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man in silver who was hiding in the dark had a grave expression on his face. He had missed the best opportunity to make a move. Duan Lingtian, you can only blame yourself if you're killed. Chapter 1403. The gray-clad middle-aged man's palm seemed to have transformed into a five-fingered mountain as he tried to suppress Duan Lingtian. The power of a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator was fully displayed. In order to regain his freedom, the gray-clad middle-aged man did not hold back at all. Seeing that the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm was about to land on him, the little vortex in Duan Lingtian's left pupil spun faster and faster. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's remaining mind power was almost completely drained by the little vortex. Strange pupil. Spatial shift. In the blink of an eye, the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm that was about to land on Duan Lingtian shifted strangely and brushed past Duan Lingtian's body. The vast and mighty strength caused the air to vibrate, emitting a series of thunderous explosions. How's that possible? At the same time, the gray-clad middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by the palm strike that he unleashed with all his might. He was completely exposed in front of Duan Lingtian. In a split second, the true energy in Duan Lingtian's chi gushed out unreservedly and gathered in his right hand through the 32 saint veins. At the same time, he pulled the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow with all his might and released it. Clang. Buzz. A solid true energy light blade flew out and sliced through the gray-clad middle-aged man's throat before he could retract his true energy and activate his defensive technique. His head was severed from his body. Plop. The gray-clad middle-aged man's head fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from the two halves of his body and dyed the ground red. Duan Lingtian took the opportunity to move to the side. The gray-clad middle-aged man's body was then swept away by the inertia of the palm. The perfection mortal shedding stage bandit died just like that. He was completely dead. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound could be heard. This. The gray-clad middle-aged man who was hiding at the side, one of the 36 guardians, stared blankly at the scene in front of him and could not regain his senses for a long time. When Duan Lingtian told him not to interfere, he thought that Duan Lingtian was being arrogant. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was about to be killed, she thought that Duan Lingtian would be killed by the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit because he did not make a move in time because of Duan Lingtian's words. Who would have thought that at the last moment, the bandit seemed to have been bewitched? His palm that was moving forward with a ferocious momentum actually changed direction abruptly and slapped towards Duan Lingtian's side. In that instant, even he hadn't noticed how the criminals had changed directions. In his field of vision, the criminal's hand seemed to disappear into thin air. At the same time, it appeared to the side out of thin air, dodging Duan Lingtian. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Then, he saw Duan Lingtian take advantage of the bandit's missed attack and the fact that he could not withdraw his strength to defend himself. Duan Lingtian decisively killed the bandit. As a peak perfection mortal shedding stage existence, he knew very well that the bandit's missed attack was the turning point. Logically speaking, his attack should have been enough to kill Duan Lingtian. However, it strangely avoided Duan Lingtian at the critical moment. It was because his attack missed that he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Could it be this Duan Lingtian knew this would happen? When he recalled Duan Lingtian's true energy voice transmission that forbade him from interfering, his heart skipped a beat as an incredulous thought rose in his mind. Could it be his doing? He did not dare to think further. If it was really Duan Lingtian's doing, how terrifying would it be? At this moment, A greedy gleam appeared in the depth of the silver-armored middle-aged man's eyes without any warning. If it's really Duan Lingtian's doing, if I can get my hands on it, won't I be able to fight a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse with my cultivation base at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage? The silver-armored middle-aged man was excited as he thought about this. By then, my Heavenly Dark Guardian's ability will be on par with most of the top 10 Guardians. The Heavenly Dark Guardian was ranked 18th among the 36 Guardians in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He had a cultivation base at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's face was slightly pale as his spiritual energy was almost depleted. At the same time, he became more alert of his surroundings. He noticed a burning gaze. Currently, his spiritual energy was completely depleted, which affected his ability to a certain extent. He might not even be a match for an ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now. Is it one of the 36 Guardians? Duan Lingtian became alert. After the Heavenly Dark Guardian appeared, Duan Lingtian became even more alert. He saw a subtle gleam of greed in the depth of his eyes. Greed? What does he want? Could it be? Could he have noticed something earlier? Is he plotting something against me? Duan Lingtian's heart sank as he thought about this. Just as the Heavenly Dark Guardian walked over quietly, Duan Lingtian took a few steps back. At this moment, a soft sound of surprise came from the sky. It made the Heavenly Dark Guardian's expression change slightly. At the same time, he stopped walking toward Duan Lingtian. Heavenly Leader Guardian. When Duan Lingtian lifted his head and saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian standing in the air, he immediately sighed in relief. He knew that since the leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, was here, the silver-armored middle-aged man before him, one of the 36 Guardians, would not dare to act like before. However, Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Heavenly Leader Guardian had only resolved his crisis temporarily. Since his opponent was greedy, it was impossible for him to suppress it so easily. Big brother. The Heavenly Dark Guardian bowed respectfully in front of the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Heavenly Dark Guardian? The Heavenly Leader Guardian stepped on the air and landed next to Duan Lingtian and the Heavenly Dark Guardian in just a blink of an eye. He looked at the Heavenly Dark Guardian and asked with a frown, "Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?" The Heavenly Dark Guardian shook his head and subsequently looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "He killed him." The Heavenly Dark Guardian. When the Heavenly Leader Guardian appeared and greeted the silver-armored middle-aged man before him, Duan Lingtian already knew the silver-armored middle-aged man's name. The Heavenly Dark Guardian. It's named after the 36 heavenly stars. The Heavenly Dark Guardian seems to be ranked 18th, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian? At the same time, with the Heavenly Dark Guardian's reminder, the Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he saw the shock on the Heavenly Leader Guardian's face, Duan Lingtian continued, "He fought with the others earlier and exhausted a lot of energy. I was lucky enough to kill him." Lucky? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Heavenly Leader Guardian had a look of disbelief on his face as he stared deeply at Duan Lingtian. "The test is over. You can leave now," the Heavenly Leader Guardian said after a while. "It's over? So soon?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "There's only one perfection mortal shedding stage bandit in this valley. He's hiding at the end of the valley. You've killed the rest of the bandits." The Heavenly Leader Guardian said, "Therefore, there's no more bandits in this valley. There's no point for you to stay here." Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. When he left with the Heavenly Leader Guardian, Duan Lingtian clearly noticed that the Heavenly Dark Guardian's burning gaze would land on him from time to time. "It seems like I shouldn't use the strange pupil in front of others in the future. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble sooner or later," Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart sank. He had already guessed that it was the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit's palm strike that missed its target that exposed the Heavenly Dark Guardian. The Heavenly Dark Guardian must have thought that it was some special technique of his and coveted it. I'll have to be careful in the city governor's mansion in the future. Since the Heavenly Dark Guardian can't find an opportunity today, he'll definitely find an opportunity to make things difficult for me in the future. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this. Perhaps the Heavenly Dark Guardian would not kill him in the beginning, but he would definitely force him to hand over the spatial manipulation technique. Although he knew that the spatial manipulation technique originated from the strange pupil, it could not be replicated. However, the Heavenly Dark Guardian did not know this. If I can't hand it over by then, I'm afraid my life will be in danger, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Under the Heavenly Leader Guardian's lead, Duan Lingtian left the valley and returned to the outside of the valley. Where are they? When he returned to the outside, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was no one outside. Everyone, including the other 36 guardians, had left. Master City Governor has brought them back to Mound Hill City. The Heavenly Leader Guardian reminded Duan Lingtian as if he could see the confusion on his face. Now, follow me back to Mound Hill City. I'll report the results of the test to Master City Governor. After calling out to Duan Lingtian, the Heavenly Leader Guardian took the lead and leaped into the air to lead the way. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind. Behind Duan Lingtian, the Heavenly Dark Guardian leaped into the air. It was obvious that he was prepared to follow the Heavenly Leader Guardian and Duan Lingtian back to Mound Hill City and the City Governor's Mansion. In the meeting room of the City Governor's Mansion in Mound Hill City. Master City Governor. Suddenly, a loud and respectful voice came from outside, attracting the attention of the group of people in the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, the City Governor of Mound Hill City sat majestically at the head of the table. Below him stood 11 young men and 1 young woman. They were the 11 of the 13 gangsters who had just returned from outside and Zhu Lang, an ordinary member of the Latent Dragon camp. Come in. Hearing the voice coming from outside, the City Governor of Mound Hill City spoke calmly. Master Heavenly Leader Guardian. Seeing a figure enter the meeting hall first, many people greeted him respectfully. Soon, the people in the room noticed that there was a purple figure following closely behind the Heavenly Leader Guardian. It was Duan Lingtian, who ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the Latent Dragon camp. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian, a smile appeared on Guoli and Zhu Lang's faces. Of course, Duan Lingtian's appearance caused some people to be happy and some to hate him. For example, Zheng Jian, Ho Lin, and Zhang Jilong had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Master City Governor, the final results and rankings of today's test are out. After entering the meeting hall, the Heavenly Leader Guardian reported to the City Governor of Mound Hill City. Speak. Chapter 1404. The person who ranked first in today's test is Xiong Hu. He obtained a total of 36 points. The person who ranked second is Jin Yuan Bao. He obtained a total of 32 points. The Heavenly Leader Guardian announced loudly in the meeting hall. Everyone looked at Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao as soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian was done speaking. No wonder they're ranked second and third among the 13 gangsters. They ranked first and second in today's test. Many people exclaimed. Both of them will become Master City Governor's disciples. Many people looked envious. Of course, some of them smiled wryly and felt helpless. Xiong Hu laughed, laughing very happily. Although Jin Yuan Bao's smile was not as exaggerated as Xiong Hu's, he smirked too. It was enough to show how happy he was at that moment. From today onwards, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao will be my disciples, the City Governor of Mound Hill City announced. However, he glanced at Duan Lingtian without anyone noticing. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Since the City Governor of Mound Hill City had said earlier that he would only take the first and second place in today's test as his disciples, the Heavenly Leader Guardian did not reveal the other people's rankings and results. As the City Governor of Mound Hill City spoke, everyone looked at Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao with envy and jealousy. As for the rest of you, I will send your points records to the Merit Pavilion. In 3 days, You can go and receive the corresponding merit points you obtained today. You can get the points you need from the merit pavilion, the heavenly leader guardian said as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the rest. At that moment, everyone was in high spirits again. 1 point is 100 merit points. I have 8 points, so I can exchange them for 800 merit points. An intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator among the 13 gangsters chuckled. I have a little more points than you. I can exchange them for 900 merit points. Another intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator chuckled too. Heavenly leader guardian, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, stay here. The rest of you, return to the latent dragon camp. The city governor of Mound Hill City spoke calmly. His voice echoed in the entire meeting hall. Just as everyone shook their heads, sighed, and was about to leave, a beautiful figure stepped forward and said to the city governor of Mound Hill City, Master City Governor, the points of our 3-person team were all obtained by Duan Lingtian alone. Sir Mayor, please give the points of the group to Duan Lingtian. The person who spoke to the city governor of Mound Hill City was none other than Guoli. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian hadn't split the points from killing the criminals equally with her and Zhu Lang, Xiong Hu wouldn't have gotten first place in today's test. Guoli, Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't expect Guoli to explain for him. That's right. Lord Mayor, all the points were obtained by Duan Lingtian. I am ashamed to accept them. Zhu Lang gritted his teeth and stepped forward as well. Although he really wanted the contribution points, he felt uneasy watching Duan Lingtian being eliminated. In his opinion, among the participants of today's test, Duan Lingtian was the most qualified to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Master City Governor has already announced the rules. Do you think this is child's play? Do you think Master City Governor will believe you when you say Duan Lingtian obtained all the points on his own? Zheng Jian sneered. The city governor of Mound Hill City sat in the main seat without saying a word. Perhaps he didn't hear what Guoli and Zhu Lang said, or perhaps he didn't even want to talk to them. Let's go. Duan Lingtian frowned. After calling out to Guoli and Zhu Lang, he turned around and left the meeting hall first. He did not expect Guoli and Zhu Lang to do that. After all, he had no interest in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Seeing that the city governor of Mound Hill City ignored them, Guoli and Zhu Lang looked at each other and smiled wryly. They could only turn around and leave with Duan Lingtian. However, they were already regretting it. They regretted joining the test with Duan Lingtian and dragging Duan Lingtian down. The others followed them and left the meeting hall. That Guoli thinks she can make Duan Lingtian become Master City Governor's disciple just by saying a few words? What a joke! Ho Lin smirked. She wants to push Duan Lingtian up the ranks with the points they obtained. I can't believe she's shameless enough to say that. Zhang Jilong said in disdain. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. I've dragged you down. Guoli apologized to Duan Lingtian on their way back to the latent dragon camp. I should be the one apologizing. I didn't expect our points to not be ranked second. Duan Lingtian sighed. He had miscalculated on 1 point. He did not expect the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit to be the last bandit. Since entering the valley, he had obtained a total of 93 points, including killing the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. It was divided into 3 portions, so each of them obtained 31 points. Meanwhile, Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked second among the 13 gangsters, happened to obtain 32 points, which was 1 point more than the 3 of them. We only have 73 points in total. If we divide them into 3 portions, each of us will only have 24 points. We're still quite far away from the second place. Zhu Lang smiled wryly. Neither he nor Guoli knew that Duan Lingtian had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. However, Duan Lingtian did not plan to explain. Naturally, Zhu Lang and Guoli would find out when they exchanged their points for merit points 3 days later. I believe Master City Governor will find out about you obtaining 73 points sooner or later, Guoli said. Guoli said, 2 of the 36 guardians were hiding in the dark to protect us. They saw you fight along the way and knew that you were the one who got the 73 points. If Master City Governor finds out about this, he'll definitely make an exception and take you in as his disciple. Guo Li only thought of this now. Earlier in the meeting hall, she was so worried that she blurted it out to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Just like what Jing Jian said. The city governor of Mound Hill City might not believe her. The city governor of Mound Hill City would only believe what the 36 guardians said. That's right. Zhu Lang nodded in agreement with what Guo Li said. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. If there was a pity in his heart, it was not because he could not become the city governor's disciple, but because he could not return the favor to Guo Li. He had already made up his mind. If what Guo Li and Zhu Lang said was true, and the city governor of Mound Hill City made an exception and took him in as his disciple, he would definitely seize the opportunity to return the favor to Guo Li. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other two returned to the latent dragon camp and returned to their respective wooden houses. After Duan Lingtian and the other two returned, Xing Jian, Ho Lin, Zhang Jilong, and the rest returned as well. Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao became Master City Governor's disciples? The other latent dragon camp members were not surprised by this result. In the meeting hall, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao stood aside respectfully after performing the ceremony of becoming the city governor of Mound Hill City. Since their master did not ask them to leave, they did not dare to leave on their own. How many points did Duan Lingtian and Guo Li get when they worked together? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the heavenly leader guardian and asked. For a moment, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao also looked at the heavenly leader guard. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of curiosity. Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly a monster in their eyes. They also wanted to know how many points that monster's group had obtained. 93 points. The heavenly leader guardian answered after the corner of his mouth twitched slightly under the trio's gaze. 93 points? Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao were stunned when they heard the heavenly leader guardian's words. After a while, they inhaled sharply at the same time with shock and disbelief on their faces. 93 points? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked with a frown. No, the heavenly leader guardian said. The heavenly leader guardian said, they originally obtained 73 points. However, since the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit was killed by Duan Lingtian in the end, they obtained 93 points. After splitting it evenly, each of them obtained 31 points. When he reached the end of his sentence, the heavenly leader guardian glanced at Jin Yuan Bao. It was as though he was telling Jin Yuan Bao how dangerous his results were. He had almost missed the second place in today's test. However, Jin Yuan Bao did not notice the heavenly leader guardian's gaze. This was because he was dumbstruck. That perfection mortal shedding stage bandit was killed by Duan Lingtian? At this moment, whether it was Jin Yuan Bao or Xiong Hu, their minds were replaying Jin Yuan Bao's words at the same time. They could not calm down for a long time. Was what Guo Li said earlier true? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked again. At this moment, Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao, who had temporarily suppressed their emotions, looked at the heavenly leader guardian again. They still remembered Guo Li saying that the points of their three-person group were all obtained by Duan Lingtian alone. It was fine when they did not know the points of the three-person group, but now that they knew, their hearts skipped a beat. Duan Lingtian alone obtained 93 points? They felt their hearts beating faster than ever before. It was as though their hearts would jump out at any time. It's true. The heavenly leader guardian confirmed with a nod. He was shocked when he first found out. However, he was numb when he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Duan Lingtian was a person who could not be judged by common sense. That was his understanding of Duan Lingtian. He obtained 93 points alone. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit with his intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivation base? The city governor of Mound Hill City mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke. Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Unknowingly, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Both of you go back first. Tell Duan Lingtian to come to the meeting hall and tell him that I'm waiting for him. Soon after, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao and said, "Yes." Both of them responded respectfully and left the meeting hall, hurrying back to the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingnan, Master wants you to go to the meeting hall. Chapter 1405. Duan Lingtian was just about to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda when he heard voices coming from outside. He could tell that it was Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao's voices. The master they were referring to was undoubtedly the city governor of Mound Hill City. So fast. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He knew why the city governor of Mound Hill City was looking for him. It was just like what Guoli had said. Once the city governor of Mound Hill City found out about his battle results in the valley, he would most likely make an exception and take him in as his disciple. After all, his battle results were even more exaggerated than Xiong Hu's. Apart from that, there was something else that even Guoli did not know. He had killed the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit. Killing someone on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage with his cultivation base at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. His talent and strength were enough to attract the attention of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Walking out of the wooden house, Duan Lingtian happened to see Xiong Hu and Jin Yuan Bao arriving at their respective wooden houses. "Duan Ling, you're a freak." Jin Yuan Bao's true energy voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Although Xiong Hu did not say anything, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was extremely solemn. Duan Lingtian flew off the high platform and was about to leave the latent dragon camp. Just as he was about to walk out of the latent dragon camp's entrance, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him and blocked his way. So fast. Looking at the Heavenly Harm Guardian, one of the 36 guardians, who appeared before him, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. This doesn't seem like the speed of a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye out of curiosity. At that moment, he detected the Heavenly Harm Guardian's cultivation base. Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the Heavenly Harm Guardian to have broken through as well. In fact, he had used his divine eye to detect the Heavenly Harm Guardian when he first saw him when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. At that time, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was only on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. The Heavenly Harm Guardians left as quickly as they came. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he left again. What's going on? Isn't Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian stopping Duan Lingtian from leaving? Why aren't you stopping me now? The latent dragon camp members who had planned to watch the show were disappointed. Only Duan Lingtian knew that Xiong Hu or Jin Yuan Bao must have told the Heavenly Harm Guardian the reason why he left the latent dragon camp. How could the Heavenly Harm Guardian dare to stop the city governor of Mound Hill City from meeting him? After leaving the hidden dragon camp and arriving at the meeting room again, Duan Lingtian knew that he was right. "Duan Lingtian, I want to accept you as my disciple. Are you willing?" The city governor of Mound Hill City narrowed his eyes and asked Duan Lingtian directly. "City Lord, what benefits will I get if I agree to become your disciple?" Duan Lingtian asked directly when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's question. The Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He shouted angrily, "Duan Ling, don't be arrogant. It's your blessing that the city governor is willing to accept you as his disciple." He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so bold as to bargain with the city governor. Duan Lingtian ignored the Heavenly Leader Guardian and continued to look at the city governor of Mound Hill City calmly. He seemed to be waiting for the city governor's reply. The city governor of Mound Hill City was stunned for a while before he asked with interest, "What benefits do you want?" "City governor, you're really straightforward." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. "I don't want much. I just hope that you can agree to a request of mine, city governor." "Speak," the city governor of Mound Hill City said. "City governor, I hope that you can protect Guoli so that she won't be sacrificed in the battle between the clans in Fuyu Town," Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. He had nothing else to ask for from the city governor of Mound Hill City. Fuyu Town? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. Guoli is from Fuyu Town? As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had some impression of Fuyu Town. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Guoli is from the Gua clan in Fuyu Town. She's also the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. The other two clans that are enemies with the Gua clan want her dead. Who is she to you? Why would you go to such lengths for her? The city governor of Mound Hill City had an ambiguous look in his eyes. She's my friend. I'm only helping her because I owe her a favor. Duan Ling Tian said. Are you really just friends? The city governor of Mound Hill City had an ambiguous look in his eyes. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded calmly. There was not even the slightest ripple in his heart. He was telling the truth. He did not have any feelings for Guoli. Heavenly Leader Guardian, send my order to Fuyu Town immediately. If anything happens to Guoli, the city governor's office of Mound Hill City will annihilate the two clans that are enemies with the Gua clan. The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the Heavenly Leader Guardian and ordered. Yes. The Heavenly Leader Guardian immediately retreated and left the meeting hall. It was obvious that he was going to relay the city governor's order. At that moment, only Duan Ling Tian and the city governor of Mound Hill City were left in the spacious meeting hall. Greetings, teacher. Duan Ling Tian bowed to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Teacher? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to call him teacher. Teacher, master, although the two were extremely similar, there was also a huge difference. Compared to master, teacher was undoubtedly much more casual. Usually, there could only be one master. Even if one wanted to have a second master, the first master had to agree. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. However, a teacher was different. A teacher was not so particular. As long as it was an elder who had taught and guided him, he could call him teacher. You have a master? After a while, the city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he relaxed his brows. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then why don't you call me teacher instead of master? The city governor of Mound Hill City's tone was stern and dissatisfied as he asked. A teacher teaches and answers questions. In my eyes, a master is like a bright light in the night, someone who can guide me forward. My teacher, on the other hand, was someone who helped me during my growth. Duan Ling Tian answered honestly. Because of that, in his heart, even if he had the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City was only his teacher and not his master. The word master was too heavy. It seems like you're saying that I can't teach you? The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes gleamed coldly, and his tone became deeper. If you can be the bright light that guides me forward, by then, I'll naturally be willing to call you master. However, for now, you're still my teacher. Facing the city governor of Mound Hill City, whose expression had turned extremely grave, Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as usual. You can leave now. The city governor of Mound Hill City snorted. Duan Lingtian did not say much. After responding, he turned around and left the meeting hall. Seeing Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappear before his eyes, the gloominess on the city governor of Mound Hill City's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. What a special little fellow. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator with his intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivation base. It seems like this little fellow has quite a big secret. The city governor of Mound Hill City was almost mumbling to himself when he reached the end of his sentence. Guo Li's matter has finally been resolved. On the way back to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. He had finally repaid the favor he owed Guo Li. He was free of debt. Currently, Duan Lingtian felt as if his body was as light as a swallow. I'll go to the Merit Pavilion to have a look 3 days later. After returning to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. 3 days later, he would be able to exchange the points he had obtained in today's test for merit points. Then, he would be able to exchange the merit points for some items in the city governor's estate. Perhaps, he would be able to find something that he wanted. When Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to continue cultivating, an order came out of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and was sent far away. It was sent all the way to Fuyu Town. Fuyu Town was also known as Fuyu Island. It was an island located not far away from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Fuyu Island today was not peaceful. This was because a messenger had come from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City to deliver the order from the city governor of Mound Hill City. Gua Li, a disciple of the Gua clan, is a member of the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. If anything happens, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City will step in and annihilate the two clans that are enemies of the Gua clan. These were the original words of the city governor of Mound Hill City. After the order was given, the entire Gua clan was in an uproar. Each and every one of them was extremely excited. The most outstanding disciple of the Gua clan was protected by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Unlike the Gua clan's excitement, the other two clans were gloomy as though they had just gone through a funeral. The city governor of Mound Hill City is protecting Gua Li? They could not figure out why the city governor of Mound Hill City would protect Gua Li. Investigate. Send someone to investigate. We must know why the city governor of Mound Hill City is protecting Gua Li. At the same time, tell the spies in Mound Hill City to stop their actions and stop targeting Gua Li. After the orders were passed down from the two clans, the people from the two clans began to make their way to the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, the people from the Gua clan also left Fuyu Island. The Gua clan also wanted to know what was going on. When Gua Li found out about all of this, it was already 3 days later. Master City Governor gave an order to protect me? Gua Li was a little confused when she found out about this. However, she soon regained her senses. She knew all of this must have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, is it? Gua Li could not help but ask for confirmation when she saw Duan Lingtian walking out of cottage number 6 slowly. Huh! Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Gua Li staring at him excitedly. He had just come out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so he did not know what Gua Li meant. Chapter 1406. Duan Lingtian nodded when he knew Gua Li was asking about the city governor of Mound Hill City protecting her. Thank you. Gua Li thanked him sincerely with a grateful expression on her face. You've left the wooden house. Are you planning to go to the Merit Pavilion too? Duan Lingtian changed the topic and asked. Yes. Gua Li nodded. I've already used the opportunity to go out once every 3 months. I wonder if I can still go out. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this problem. As long as you register with the steward and exchange for merit points at the Merit Pavilion, it's not considered going out. Gua Li said. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Duan Lingtian smiled and then walked into the pavilion beside the high platform with Gua Li. After registering with the Heavenly Harm Guardian, they left the Latent Dragon Camp. After leaving the Latent Dragon Camp, they went to the Merit Pavilion. The Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate was an independent pavilion with 4 floors. The pavilion had an antique look and looked simple. As soon as they entered the first floor, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure walking toward them from the inside. Jin Yuan Bao? Senior brother Duan. At that moment, Jin Yuan Bao saw Duan Lingtian and a bright smile appeared on his face. Senior brother? Duan Lingtian and Gua Li were stunned when they heard how Jin Yuan Bao addressed him. I'm 2 years younger than you, and I'm not as powerful as you. Naturally, I should call you senior brother. Jin Yuan Bao smiled. Duan Lingtian just remembered that Jin Yuan Bao was also a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City like him. Junior brother Jin. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as well. Senior brother Duan, I've already exchanged for what I want. I'll take my leave first. Jin Yuan Bao bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and nodded at Gua Li before leaving the Merit Pavilion. Duan Ling, did I hear that right? Jin Yuan Bao called you senior brother? Moreover, he admitted that his strength is inferior to yours? Gua Li looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You've fought him before? When Gua Li learned that she was protected by the city governor of Mound Hill City, She knew Duan Lingtian had most likely become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City and had asked the city governor for a favor. That favor was for the city governor of Mound Hill City to protect her. However, although she knew Duan Lingtian must have become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she did not expect Jin Yuanbao to address Duan Lingtian as senior brother. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Guoli wanted to ask more, but she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. You'll know in a while. Guoli looked confused, but she didn't ask any more questions. 31 points? Are you sure? In front of the counter on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, Guoli looked at the staff member in surprise. The staff member shook his head. The three-person team you're in has obtained 93 points in the test 3 days ago. You've taken one of them, so you have 31 points. 31 points can be exchanged for 3,100 merit points. Do you want to exchange? The staff member asked. Wait. Guoli shook her head. Guoli shook her head. She couldn't react for a moment. I remember that our team of 3 got a total of 73 points. 93 points? Where did the extra 20 points come from? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Guoli's mind. She stared at Duan Lingtian next to her as if she had seen a ghost. Duan Lingyan, why you didn't kill that perfection mortal shedding stage bandit, did you? Killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit would give her 20 points. Guoli's breathing quickened as soon as she finished speaking. She stared at Duan Lingtian with her clear eyes, not missing any expression on Duan Lingtian's face. When she saw Duan Lingtian nodding his head, she completely confirmed it. Duan Ling, At that moment, Guoli really did not know what to say. While she was shocked, she could only smile wryly. She finally understood why Jin Yuanbao addressed Duan Lingtian as his senior brother. Exchange them for merit points. Duan Lingtian reminded her with a faint smile. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, Guoli reacted and exchanged all 31 points for merit points. She now had a total of 3,100 merit points. After Guoli was done, Duan Lingtian followed suit and exchanged his merit points. The merit points are stored inside? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he looked at the crystal card in his hand. When he inserted his true energy into the crystal card, the number 3,100 would appear on it. It was the value of the merit points. There's a saint inscription inscribed on the crystal card. Guoli did not seem surprised at all as she explained to Duan Lingtian. Saint inscription? Does this mean that this is made by a saint inscription master? Duan Lingtian was even more shocked. As far as he knew, there was no saint inscription master in Mound Hill City. As Duan Lingtian voiced his doubts, Guoli smiled and said, Duan Lingyan, this crystal card is not made by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It's not made by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This crystal card is from the 7th rated force above Mound Hill City. The merit points inside are also from that 7th rated force, Guoli explained. That 7th rated force is a powerful sect. Including Mound Hill City, the other 17 cities around it are also under the control of that sect. Just like the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the city governor's estate of the other 17 cities are also 8th rated forces. They each control an 8th grade Saint Stone reserve. Guoli continued. The 18 cities have to hand in a large amount of 7th grade Saint Stones and recommend young geniuses to that 7th rated sect every 3 years. That 7th rated sect will award a certain amount of merit points to each city based on the number of 7th grade Saint Stones handed in and the quality of the young geniuses recommended by each city. It said that the city governor's estate of each city can use merit points to borrow human rank primitive Saint grade martial tactics from that 7th rated sect and exchange them for human rank primitive Saint grade weapons and high grade Saint grade pills. Guoli finished in one breath. A 7th rated sect that controls 18 cities like Mound Hill City? A 7th rated sect that has mastered human rank primitive Saint grade martial tactics, human rank primitive Saint grade weapons, and high-grade Saint-grade pills? Upon hearing Guoli's words, Duan Lingtian sorted out the information one by one. His heart was filled with shock. Duan Lingnan, with your talent, you'll definitely be recommended to a 7th-rated sect by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. As for me, I'm afraid I'll never have that chance. Guali had a self-deprecating look on her face when she reached the end of her sentence. Recommended to a 7th-rated sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as anticipation filled his face. Naturally, he wanted to climb up the ladder since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. The higher he stood, the further he could see and the faster he could find his parents. Moreover, according to Hua Lao, if he wanted to return to Earth, he would have to become stronger and stand at the peak of this planet. To him, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was merely a springboard. Water would always flow downwards, and men would always strive to climb higher. This was the truth that would never change. Let's go up to the 2nd floor and see what we can exchange our merit points for. Duan Lingtian changed the topic and suggested when he saw Guoli seemed a little disappointed. The 1st floor of the merit pavilion of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was the place to exchange merit points, while the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were the places to exchange merit points for things. When they arrived at the 2nd floor, Duan Lingtian realized it was the place to borrow Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods. So many Saint tokens? Guoli could not help but exclaim out loud after walking around the 2nd floor. There were at least hundreds of Saint tokens that contained Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods on the 2nd floor of the Merit Pavilion. Although the Gua clan that Guoli belonged to was a 9th-rate force, they only had a few Saint tokens. Moreover, they were only human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods. Among these Saint tokens, 90% of them are human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods. The remaining 10% are human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactics and Dao methods. Duan Lingtian also noticed this when he walked around the 2nd floor with Guoli. There was an old man walking around and patrolling on the 2nd floor of the Merit Pavilion. He did not say a word from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this old man must be the powerhouse who guarded the 2nd floor of the Merit Pavilion. Activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian soon discovered the old man's cultivation base. It was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Apart from the old man, there was a young man in silver armor standing at each of the 4 corners of the 2nd floor of the Merit Pavilion. His face was cold and his eyes were focused. For people on the perfection mortal shedding stage, Duan Lingtian could guess their identities just by looking at the silver armor on the 4 young men. They were all members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Senior, how do I get merit points to read the Saint-grade martial tactics on the 2nd floor of the Merit Pavilion? Guoli asked when the old man approached Duan Lingtian and Guoli. Human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics. 100 merit points to read it once. Human rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactics. 1,000 merit points to save. You can't take the Saint token out of the Merit Pavilion. The old man said calmly. 1,000 merit points to read it once? When Guoli heard this, she was so shocked that she cried out in alarm. In fact, even if one wanted to memorize the contents of a Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic, one would need to memorize it at least 5 times before they could do so. The first time one read the Saint token, they would only be able to read the contents of the first stage, the fundamental awareness stage. If one wanted to read the contents of the second stage, the intermediate stage, one would have to cultivate the technique to the fundamental awareness stage, and so on. Due to this reason, one would need to read it at least 5 times to learn the entire set of Saint-grade martial tactics. It would cost 5,000 merit points to learn the entire set of human rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactics. It was no wonder Guoli was shocked. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. 1,000 merit points to read it once? One must know that he was different from ordinary martial cultivators. An ordinary martial cultivator would need to read the Saint-grade martial tactics at least 5 times to read the contents of the Saint token. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.